Marshall Peak, Chapter 53-25, 70,000 meters. The three old ancient dragon elders looked at each other, and they all saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They were all both surprised and doubtful that the human had achieved a breakthrough in the dragon pool. According to the information they received from the old ancestors, that human should only be a grand dragon. If he had achieved a breakthrough, then was he not an ancient dragon now? This was a bit abnormal. Throughout the ages, the dragon clan had indeed lost a lot of dragon sources, and many different individuals from different races had obtained them. However, one growing to such an extent was extremely rare. On the other hand, when they learned that the reason why their clansmen who entered Dragon Pool grew so little was due to that human, those dragon clan members surrounding the place became agitated. Some of the grand dragons even instigated the rest to teach young Kai a lesson when he emerged from the pool. From Dragon Clan's standpoint, it was already an exception to allow an outsider to enter a sacred place such as the Dragon Pool. If the Ninth Order old ancestors had not come to an arrangement with the Dragon Clan, there was no way the latter would have agreed. It was enough that he was allowed to enter the Dragon Pool and gain some small benefits, but now, it turned out that he interfered with the growth of a dozen clansmen. How could this be tolerated? The Dragon Pool did not open regularly, and every Dragon Clan member cherished the opportunity to enter it to cultivate. While the dragons were busy complaining about what the human did, a golden light appeared at the swirling entrance of the Dragon Pool, followed by a large dragon head rushing out of it. An intense dragon pressure immediately engulfed the area, and the noisy square instantly fell silent. Amid the loud dragon roar, a huge dragon quickly emerged from the Dragon Pool. Those who were complaining angrily moments ago now looked up at the sky in a daze. The three ancient dragon elders were also flabbergasted. Ji Lao San's face began to twitch involuntarily. 70,000 meters. A full 70,000-meter ancient dragon. He was coiled above the no-return pass, glowing in splendid golden light. It was awe-inspiring, and the brilliance was simply unparalleled. Ji Lao San was filled with bitterness when he saw it and muttered internally, 70,000 meters. When Yang Kai entered the Dragon Pool, he was only 35,000 meters, yet after just a few years, his dragon form had doubled in size. Throughout the ages, no dragon had ever been able to cultivate to such an extent in just one session in the Dragon Pool. As a 70,000-meter dragon, Yang Kai was already considered to be extremely powerful as an ancient dragon within the Dragon Clan. What caused Ji Lao San to be speechless was that, under Yang Kai's dragon pressure, he actually felt his hands and legs go limp. He was completely subdued. Not only him, but many other dragons, who were also ancient dragons, felt suppressed by the human's dragon pressure. Naturally, this came from their own bloodlines being suppressed. A golden dragon! The old woman of the three elders exclaimed in disbelief. Another elder was staring at one of the 5 Dragon Emperor statues. Naturally, the third-generation Dragon Emperor's statue at this time also began to glow with a golden light. The aura from it resonated with the dragon in the sky, as if there was a connection between the two. So that's how it is. This elder murmured. Under such circumstances, if he still could not guess the origin of Yang Kai's source, then he would be a disgrace to his position. The Dragon Clan had also searched for this lost source. Other than the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan also searched for it, but they missed the best period and were unsuccessful in the end. However, both the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan knew how powerful these two sources were, so it should be impossible for them to be destroyed. Even if they could not find them, it did not mean that they did not exist anymore. However, no one expected that this missing source would reappear in front of Dragon Clan in such a way. Immediately, the ancient dragons who knew the details had mixed feelings. They all thought that Yang Kai's source was just an ordinary dragon source, and there was nothing for them to worry about as the Dragon Clan had lost many such dragon sources. It was their fortune and opportunity for those who had found these lost dragon sources to obtain them. However, if this source involved the third-generation Dragon Emperor, then its significance was totally different. That source could pave the path to reach the peak. Yang Kai's huge dragon form hovered over the no-return pass for a short time before he shrank down, transforming back into his human form as he landed in the square. Feeling the prying eyes all around, Yang Kai knew that his presence had brought the Dragon Clan a lot of doubts. At the very least, he could no longer hide his refinement of the Golden Divine Dragon Source. The Dragon Clan should have a lot of questions for him. Yang Kai decided to speak first before they could ask any questions. Greetings, three elders. Senior Fu Guang has an object for this junior to pass on to you. The oldest-looking elder in the center held back his initial questions and instead asked in surprise, Fu Guang? You met Fu Guang in the dragon pool? Yes, Yang Kai nodded firmly. How is he doing? The old man asked with concern. Yang Kai replied, Senior Fu Guang is well. What did he want you to bring back? The old female elder asked. Yang Kai handed over a dragon scale from Fu Guang. The old woman took it, focused on it, and after a while, she handed the dragon scale to another elder. She then looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. When the other two elders also finished examining the dragon scale, they looked at each other silently, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding between them. The middle elder nodded slightly and looked warmly at Yang Kai as he said, Since you have shed your former body and been reborn, your bloodline is now pure. From now on, you are a member of the Dragon Clan. In fact, the moment Yang Kai rushed out of the dragon pool, the three ancient dragon elders already felt this. Yang Kai was not the same as when he first came to the Noreturn Pass. Yang Kai had a strong human aura when he first came to the Noreturn Pass. However, when he emerged from the dragon pool, that aura was completely gone. He now exuded the aura of a pure-blood dragon. After checking Fu Guang's message in the dragon scale, the three ancient dragon elders also learned what happened inside. As they had previously thought, Yang Kai had indeed refined the lost source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This was confirmed by Fu Guang. He was also highly regarded by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, who granted him the great sun and moon marks. It was because of these two marks and another gift from those two seniors that he was able to devour the dragon pool's power and grow so rapidly. It was also because of this reason that those who entered the dragon pool during this session performed so poorly. It was not that they had no aptitude, just that all the benefits were taken away by Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had been the same as when he first arrived at the Noreturn Pass, the Dragon Clan would not have let him off, as the future of the Dragon Clan depended on those juniors. Hindering their growth infringed on the Dragon Clan's interests, which was simply intolerable. However, since Yang Kai was also a part of the Dragon Clan now, he was considered a clansman. Clansmen will naturally compete and fight for benefits. Thus, the elders could not accuse anyone of wrongdoing. Not to mention, Fu Guang left behind a message that he was now able to take the final step in his advancement because of Yang Kai's help. Fu Guang's advancement to become a divine dragon was undoubtedly more important than the growth of those dozen or so descendants. Yang Kai was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon and had returned with the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This was more than enough to make up for the losses of the young ones this time. When the old man elder then looked up at the clansmen, he announced, The Dragon Clan has been in decline for many years and our numbers are withering. Now, a new clansman has returned to strengthen and bring glory to our Dragon Clan. The other two elders beside him roared in unison, Glory to the Dragon Clan! Glory to the Dragon Clan! Yang Kai was slightly stunned. So, I'm really now a member of the Dragon Clan? Although it was true that when he advanced to become an ancient dragon, he had purged the human part of him and became a pure-blood dragon, it still felt uncomfortable for him to become a member of the Dragon Clan. Yang Kai actually did not care too much about whether his bloodline was human or dragon. After all, he was not born in the Dragon Clan, and did not attach that much importance to his bloodline. However, when the three ancient dragon elders declared it in such a manner, that meant that he became a member of the Dragon Clan. Many Dragon Clan members were eager for Yang Kai to come out of the dragon pool so that they could teach him a lesson. However, after the three elders' declaration and cheers, they no longer dared to create any trouble. The divine spirits highly valued the concept of community. If Yang Kai was an outsider, they would naturally make some comments. However, since he was now a clansman, there was nothing more to say. Even Zhu Yu, who was the most irritated by Yang Kai, had roared along, not to mention the other Dragon Clan members. Only Ji Lao Sen rolled his eyes furiously as he thought, that makes him part of our clan? If so, then how can I get my revenge? However, when he thought about it, Yang Kai was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, while he was only 55,000 meters. His bloodline power and source were both inferior to Yang Kai's now. If he were to try to seek revenge, he was doomed to fail. He sighed inwardly and admitted defeat. At least he knew that he was too weak to seek revenge now. On the parasol tree, Huang Xinyang was very excited as she watched the entertaining show unfold before her eyes. She knew that Yang Kai's trip to the dragon pool would certainly cause a stir. However, she never expected it to end up with him being accepted by the Dragon Clan and becoming part of it. The Phoenix Clan and Dragon Clan had been living together at the No Return Pass for many years, and were both basically numb to each other by now. However, in the end, they were all on the same side. If the Dragon Clan became stronger, it was also beneficial for the No Return Pass. It had been many years since the No Return Pass had experienced a war, but more power was never a bad thing. As the rest of the dragons were still cheering, the three elders looked at Yang Kai warmly and appeared very friendly towards him. A pure bloodline was not enough for them to show such favor to Yang Kai. However, the source he refined was the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. That source itself contained the heavenly Grand Tao. If Yang Kai managed to fully inherit it, then he would be able to advance to a level comparable to the third-generation Dragon Emperor, which meant becoming a divine dragon. Divine dragon? Throughout the ages, how many divine dragons had there been in the Dragon Clan? Furthermore, Fu Guang's hidden message in the Dragon Scale also mentioned Yang Kai's great sun and moon marks, which, when activated, could draw in the dragon pool power at an incredible rate. This was a remarkable help for those in the Dragon Clan trying to achieve a breakthrough to the Divine Dragon realm. If another ancient dragon in the clan was ready to advance to become a divine dragon, they could request for Yang Kai's help, which would greatly increase their chances of success. The three ancient dragon elders had reached the limits of their own cultivation. Still, did that not mean they were not eager to take that next step? They all wanted to, but they were constrained by their bloodline and could not advance. If Yang Kai's great sun and moon marks could give them a boost, then it might be possible for them to achieve a breakthrough. Although there was not much hope, it was at least worth a try. Of course, that was a consideration for the future. Fu Guang was still in the dragon pool and could not be disturbed. When Fu Guang emerged, perhaps the three ancient dragon elders might also give it a try. At least, one could always hope. Martial Peak, Chapter 5326, Dragon Tome. The three ancient dragon elders gladly accepted Yang Kai, who had such a pure bloodline, and undoubtedly had a bright future that would greatly benefit the entire clan. The old man elder in the center of the group asked, "Now that Yang Kai has joined the clan, should his name be included in the Dragon Tome?"
Yes.
A low voice suddenly came out of nowhere. The voice was loud, and it sounded like a grand bell. At the same time, Yang Kai felt a divine sense sweeping over him. The divine sense was comparable to old ancestor Xiao Zhao's. Yang Kai's heart fluttered as he realized that the origin of this divine sense was probably the head of the Dragon Clan, the one and only divine dragon alive today. In the Dragon Clan, young dragons had bodies that were under 10,000 meters. The strength of those in the Dragon Clan was very different. A newborn young dragon was very fragile, perhaps even worse than an ordinary human cultivator. However, when their body grew to 9,000 meters, they were equivalent to a human just below the 7th order. More than 10,000 meters, they became grand dragons, which was equivalent to 7th order open heaven realm masters. Above 50,000 meters, they were ancient dragons, which were equivalent to the 8th order open heaven realm master. At 100,000 meters, they became divine dragons. That was comparable to a 9th order open heaven realm old ancestor. Of course, the strength and rank were divided as such, but when they really fought, the divine spirit of the same realm would most likely be more powerful. The divine spirits had too many advantages that the humans did not. For example, Yang Kai's dragon form was now 70,000 meters. According to the ancient dragon classification, his strength was considerable. If he transformed into his dragon form, he could take on a veteran 8th order open heaven realm master. Today's dragon clan had only one divine dragon. However, this dragon was not considered to be a dragon emperor because divine dragons also had those who were weak and strong. The current head of the dragon clan felt that he was not qualified to be considered a dragon emperor. Such a situation was not unique or even uncommon in the long history of the dragon clan. Otherwise, the dragon clan would have far more than 5 generations of dragon emperors, all of whom were the most powerful masters of each generation of divine dragons. Yang Kai knew that the dragon clan had a divine dragon, but he had not seen him yet. This time, the divine dragon also did not show up, but only responded when the ancient dragon elder asked a question. Yang Kai did not know what the dragon tome was as he had never heard of it before. When Huang Xinyang told him about the dragon clan, she did not mention anything about a dragon tome. He did not know if she also did not know about it or simply didn't mention it for some reason. As Yang Kai was wondering, one of the male elders said, "Come with me." He then led the way, accompanied by the other 2 elders. Yang Kai followed behind them. The other dragons stopped cheering and followed behind Yang Kai solemnly. Sensing this atmosphere, Yang Kai realized that having his name entered into the dragon tome was an extremely solemn event for the dragon clan. A short while later, they arrived at a simple temple where the 3 elders entered in turn, followed by Yang Kai. As for the other dragons who followed them, they all stopped outside. The temple was extremely spacious, but the interior was very simple. It gave an unusually empty feeling. At the head of the grand hall was an altar, which was surrounded by dragon force that acted as a kind of barrier. Yang Kai squinted and saw that the altar seemed to be suspended on an irregular stone slab-like object. The slab appeared to be about the size of a wash basin and was covered by a restriction. Yang Kai also did not see any other unique objects and guessed that this was the dragon tome mentioned by the elder. What the hell is this? As he was wondering, the 3 dragon clan elders stood at the 3 corners of the altar. Each used a dragon clan secret technique, and then with a mysterious dragon roar, the restriction opened. Moments later, the old man elder shouted, "Open the dragon tome." After he shouted, the 3 ancient dragons opened their mouths and spat out their respective blood essence, which fell into the dragon tome. The seemingly mundane dragon tome quickly swallowed up the dragon blood from the 3 ancient dragons, and in the next moment, it began to emit a faint glow. As the dragon tome flew out, the male old elder reached out and caught it. He then turned around, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "The dragon tome has existed since the beginning of the universe and has witnessed the birth of the first dragon and the inheritance of generations upon generations. Since ancient times, it has recorded the names of 14,362 dragons. You are the 14,363rd. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly at this new information. The dragon clan had been around for ages, and this dragon tome was something that was created when the dragon clan first appeared. He had never heard of this before. If every pure-blood dragon was recorded in the dragon tome, that meant there were less than 15,000 of them that had been born thus far. It was an extremely small number. However, considering the dragon clan had extremely long lifespans and great difficulties reproducing, the low number was not that surprising. During this trip to the No-Return Pass, Yang Kai had encountered 3 young dragons. But this was actually quite rare for the dragon clan as, in the past, it was not unusual for thousands of years to go by without a single newborn clansman. The old female elder looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Perhaps in the past, you did not know of the existence of the dragon tome. When your name is recorded in the dragon tome, not only does it mark the clan's recognition of you, it is also a great benefit for you." Yang Kai said humbly, "Please enlighten me, elder." The old woman elder smiled and said, "Firstly, the dragon tome keeps track of the life or death of anyone whose name is recorded within. If a clansman encounters a crisis outside, they can call for help from the clan by using a secret technique which is connected to the dragon tome. Secondly, the dragon tome is connected to the dragon pool. If you really meet with misfortune outside and die, if there is still a trace of your source spirituality in the dragon tome, with the dual powers of the dragon tome and dragon pool, there is a chance you may be reborn in the dragon pool." Yang Kai was shocked by this and exclaimed, "Resurrection? As in, back from the dead?" The elder nodded. "Indeed. Yongkai was now completely dumbstruck. The first power of the Dragon Tome was not too significant, but the second ability was completely outrageous. Yongkai had experienced a kind of resurrection once before. When he fought with the great demon god Imo Shung in the Star Boundary, his physical body was completely destroyed. That time, he was able to come back from the dead with the help of the powers of the immortal tree and the soul-warming lotus. That was a combination of extremely good fortune and opportunity. Yongkai did not want to experience that again. After all, dying was not a pleasant experience. However, who could guarantee that they would not die? Especially in an environment like the Black Ink battlefield, where 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master perished at a not infrequent rate, not to mention a minor 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like him. Recording his name in the Dragon Tome meant that it could be used to basically turn back and bring back a dead dragon inside of the dragon pool. This would be an extremely appealing prospect to anyone. However, Yongkai soon realized that something was amiss and asked, "Is there a price to pay for coming back to life?" It was simply too heaven-defying to bring back the dead. Previously, he had to refine the entire immortal tree before he could rebuild his body, and the immortal tree was an extremely precious treasure of the universe, close to the ranks of supreme treasures. Even if the Dragon Clan had the power of resurrection, it should be impossible to do it at will. If they could, then the Dragon Clan would be truly immortal and indestructible. How could such a community be so withered? Setting aside the rest, if the third-generation Dragon Emperor had been resurrected, then Yongkai would not be standing here today. The old man elder nodded and said, "Indeed, it is natural to pay a huge price to be resurrected. Additionally, no one can guarantee the success of this process. Truthfully, the chance of success is very small. In Dragon Clan's history, the number of times the Dragon Pool and Dragon Tome have been used to resurrect someone is not more than 10, and among these 10 attempts, only 3 succeeded." Yongkai now understood. He knew full well that such a heaven-defying technique was impossible without serious constraints. In the entire Dragon Clan's history, they only attempted about 10 resurrections. One would expect that each time, it must have been for an extremely important member of the Dragon Clan. When the third-generation Dragon Emperor fell, the Dragon Clan must have done it, but unfortunately, it did not succeed. Otherwise, the third-generation Dragon Emperor would still be alive. What's more, the probability of success was less than 30%, which could be considered very low. Even if it was very low, though, that was also a ray of hope, and it was enough to motivate anyone. The Dragon and Phoenix clans were worthy of being the heads of the divine spirits, who won the favor of the heavens. The Dragon Clan had the Dragon Tome, which had the powers of resurrection, while the Phoenix Clan also had the ability to resurrect with their Nirvana fire. Even so, both clans had restrictions placed on them when it came to the act of resurrection. Such clans were truly worthy to be the leaders of the divine spirits. "What does Junior need to do?" Yongkai asked. The old man elder said, "Use your source and leave your mark on the Dragon Tome." Yongkai nodded lightly and asked again, after recording one's name, "Does the Dragon Tome place any restrictions on this, Junior?" The old man elder replied, "Indeed, there is one small restriction." "Please tell me, Elder. Do you know why the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan are absent from the Greater Black Ink battlefield?" The old man elder asked instead of answering. Yongkai shook his head. In fact, he had been wondering about this previously. The No-Return Pass was located at the rear of the human race's defensive line and served as the final barrier to the 3,000 worlds. Although the location was of great strategic importance over the years, except for when the Black Ink Clan took over Great Evolution Pass and launched an attack, this place had not encountered any battles at all. Both the Dragon and Phoenix clans were powerful in their own right, and as divine spirits they had a much higher ability to resist invasion by Black Ink strength. With there not being any full-blown wars at the No-Return Pass, the Dragon and Phoenix clans could have easily sent some of their people to support the human race on the Black Ink battlefield, especially when the battles were the most intense. However, across the entire Black Ink battlefield, there was no signs of the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan fighting. It was only the human race. Divine spirits are not as powerful nor as effective as your purifying light in terms of restraining and eliminating Black Ink strength. It was not surprising for the Dragon Clan to know about his purifying light, which was a powerful tool for the human race to deal with Black Ink Clan. Even though the No-Return Pass was situated at the rear, they would have heard about such a monumental development on the battlefield against the Black Ink Clan. The power of the divine spirits also had a certain degree of restraining effect on Black Ink strength. The Black Ink giant spirit god was sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land by the third-generation Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress. After countless years, the ancestral strength of that place constantly wore down the Black Ink giant spirit god's Black Ink strength until it finally ground it down completely. Otherwise, when Yang Kai helped open the seal years back, the ancestral land would have been devastated. The reason why dragons and phoenixes do not appear on the Black Ink battlefield is related to an ancient agreement between us and the human race's great experts. The old man elder continued. In that agreement, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan were made responsible for guarding the No-Return Pass. Unless there is an existential threat to the clan, they are not allowed to leave the No-Return Pass. This agreement was simple, but was so important it became known as the Bloodline Great Oath. This was why there were no signs of dragons and phoenixes in the divine spirit ancestral land, and none of them on the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai could not understand and asked curiously, but why? Why would there be such a pact, and how could the divine spirit clans, who were always proud and aloof, accept such terms? This was as good as the human great expert restricting their freedom. How could the two clans agree to this? Marshall Peak. Chapter 53:27. Is he stupid? The male old elder said, I do not know what the ancient masters were thinking. However, in this current situation, if there wasn't this agreement, then the numbers of dragons and phoenixes would definitely have been fewer than it is now. Without this agreement, the dragon and phoenix clans could enter and leave the battlefield at will, but who could guarantee that they would survive the fight? Under the powerful attacks of the Black Ink Clan, even mighty dragons and phoenixes could fall. They could accept a few clansmen dying on the battlefield, but what about significant numbers of deaths? If a few important clansmen died and the entire clan became agitated and rushed to the battlefield, it might lead to complete extinction. It was because of this agreement that the two clans could continue to remain at the No-Return Pass. Although the days were boring, at least they did not need to face the many risks of the battlefield. From this point of view, perhaps it was not the ancient human great expert who restricted the freedom of two clans, but rather the two clans choosing this of their own accord. But what does this have to do with this junior recording my name on the Dragon Tome? Yang Kai asked with a frown. The elder replied, if you record your name on the Dragon Tome, then you must also honor this agreement. In other words, if I record my name on the Dragon Tome, I have to stay at the No-Return Pass and cannot return to the Black Ink battlefield? Yang Kai exclaimed. Indeed, the elder nodded. This agreement was known as the Bloodline Great Oath for a reason. If Yang Kai was not a pure-blood dragon, it would be fine, but now that his bloodline was pure, once he recorded his name in the Dragon Tome and officially joined the Dragon Clan, he would be subject to the same restrictions. If he broke them, he would face backlash from his bloodline. Yang Kai swept his eyes over the three Dragon Clan elders in front of him, who all appeared very calm. If Yang Kai had not taken the initiative to ask, they would not have said anything. It was not that they intended to hide anything, for if they did, they could simply have not explained it all. Of course, the message that Fu Guang sent back on the dragon scale indicated that Yang Kai's great sun and moon marks were extremely useful to the Dragon Clan. If possible, they wanted Yang Kai to remain at the No-Return Pass. Not to mention the three of them, there were also other ancient dragons in the clan who either wanted or needed to break through in the future. If Yang Kai helped them with their breakthrough, then their chances of success would greatly increase, maybe by as much as 30%. A 30% increase could not be underestimated. After all, over time that would mean a 30% increase in the number of divine dragons for the Dragon Clan. Nonetheless, since Yang Kai took the initiative to ask, they had to explain it clearly. They did not intend to deceive him. The benefits of recording one's name in the Dragon Tome were indeed enormous, and the possibility of coming back from the dead with the powers of the Dragon Tome and Dragon Pool were very tempting. However, what was the use of all these benefits if he could not leave the No-Return Pass? Yang Kai's trip here was to improve his strength, mainly in preparation for the human race's crusade. If he was now forced to remain in the no-return pass, how could he take part in the crusade? He would also have wasted old ancestor Xiao Zhao's efforts and expectations. Amidst the silence, the old female elder said, Yang Kai, the source you received is the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This source is remarkable. Additionally, you have transformed from a human to a dragon. Once you record your name in the Dragon Tome, you can maintain your family name and establish a new branch family of the Dragon Clan. This would be a huge contribution to the Dragon Clan. The old woman elder's message was obvious. If Yang Kai stayed at the no-return pass and sired a few more young dragons, then the Dragon Clan would add the Yang family to the existing Fu, Zhu, and Ji families. Furthermore, he would be the founding patriarch of this new family. Not just anyone could receive such an honor. The Dragon Clan has existed for countless eons, but so far, only 3 family branches had been established. As soon as Yang Kai recorded his name on the Dragon Tome, there would be another family branch, and Yang Kai would immediately become the first ancestor of this dragon family branch. Another elder, who had not spoken so far, also added, We're not asking you to remain at the no-return pass and idle for the rest of your life. With your 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, even with your 70,000-meter ancient dragon form, your role on the Black Ink battlefield will be very limited. However, if you stay in the no-return pass, your presence would be of great benefit and importance to the future of the Dragon Clan. If you want, you can also bring your family to the no-return pass. Although we are also technically on the Black Ink battlefield, it has been quite peaceful over the years. Now that Great Evolution Pass has been retaken, the Black Ink clan can no longer come to harass us. That's right. You have family in the 3,000 worlds, right? There is no such thing as security on the Black Ink battlefield, so your loved ones must be extremely nervous about your safety. How could you continue to let them worry? The 3 Dragon Clan elders took turns to persuade Yang Kai to record his name on the Dragon Tome and remain at the no-return pass. However, when they saw that Yang Kai remained so indifferent, the 3 elders knew that their persuasions were ineffective. Even if he was young compared to them, he was still a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a strong and resolute heart. If he could change his mind after just a few words of persuasion, then it would be impossible for him to have the cultivation he had today. The old male elder said again, There is no hurry to decide on recording your name in the Dragon Tome. Why don't you stay at the no-return pass for some time and carefully consider first? If you really do not wish to stay, no one can force you to. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, This junior appreciates the kindness of the 3 elders, offering me the opportunity to record my name on the Dragon Tome and your invitation to stay at the no-return pass. This junior is eager to live such a peaceful life, but many of my companions are still on the Black Ink battlefield. The human race is about to embark on a grand crusade, but this junior's cultivation was too low. Perhaps, as the elders have said, my presence may not make much of a difference on the battlefield, but every pair of hands helps. Millions of my predecessors have fallen on the battlefield to stop the Black Ink clan. This junior is not that powerful, but I would like to follow the example of my ancestors. If I fall somewhere on the battlefield, it will only be because I am not strong enough. No one else is to be blamed. The old man elder said solemnly, So, you've made up your mind. Yang Kai took a step back, cupped his fist, bowed, and shouted, For the common people, for the 3,000 worlds, I will continue to fight until my dying breath. The old female elder sighed softly and said no more. The old male elder then said, In that case, we will not force you. About the matter of recording your name in the Dragon Tome, when the Black Ink clan has been eliminated, you can come back to the no-return pass and we will help you do so. Many thanks, 3 elders. Yang Kai bowed again. I've inconvenienced you for too long now. I shall take my leave. The battlefield is dangerous. Be careful in whatever you do. Yang Kai nodded slightly, turned around and rushed out of the temple as the group of Dragon Clan members looked on with heavy hearts. He then flew out of the no-return pass. Although the other dragons were outside the temple, they saw and heard what happened inside and understood that Yang Kai did not record his name in the Dragon Tome. Zhu Yu went over to Fu Qian and whispered, "Is that guy stupid? He would rather go out courting death than to take up such a great reward." Fu Qian looked on as Yang Kai departed and sighed softly. "Why keep sharpening a sword if you don't intend to use it?" Zhu Yu blinked at him for a moment before he snarled, "You are just as stupid." Fu Qian glared at him and barked, "You know shit." When he was about to leave the no-return pass, Yang Kai stopped and turned his head to look at the immortal parasol tree. He saw Huang Xinyang sitting on a tree branch, looking at him with a smile, and Feng Lu Lang standing next to her. "Are you leaving?" Huang Xinyang asked with a smile. "I am." Yang Kai nodded, thought about it for a moment, turned around again and bowed to her. "Many thanks for helping out with my wife's affairs." Huang Xinyang waved her hand and said, "Think nothing of it. Is there anything you want to tell her?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "There is nothing to say." After a pause, he then asked, "The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan had an ancient agreement with the human great experts. After recording one's name on the Dragon Tome, the Dragon Clan had to remain in the no-return pass. How about the Phoenix Clan?" Huang Xinyang pursed her lips, patted the branch she was sitting on and said, "Once you have your own nest on the immortal parasol tree, you need to stay at the no-return pass." Yang Kai nodded blankly. It seemed that both the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had similar restrictions. For the Dragon Clan, even if one did not record their name on the Dragon Tome, he could still cultivate in the Dragon Pool. However, the same could not be said about the Phoenix Clan. If one wanted to cultivate with the Phoenix Clan, it required possessing their own phoenix nest. Now, Yang Kai understood that if Su Yin really came here, she would be restricted to the no-return pass. Yang Kai cupped his fist and said, "I will take my leave now. If I come back, it will be a triumphant return." Huang Xinyang snickered, "Shameless boasting. Then, I'll wait for your good news." As soon as he finished, he dashed away, and then a loud dragon roar could be heard from the distance. A golden light flashed brightly as the dragon pressure faded away. In the void, Yang Kai transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. He did not do this to intentionally show off. The void was silent, and no one would see even if he wanted to show off. He was overjoyed because he had gained so much during this trip to the dragon pool. His dragon body was only 35,000 meters when he first entered the dragon pool, but after emerging, it was 70,000 meters long. Not only did his size double, but his dragon vein and dragon bloodline had become completely pure, allowing him to transform into a true dragon. This dramatic increase in size meant a huge increase in strength. However, his small universe still only had the heritage of a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Thus, it would take time for Yang Kai to get used to this sudden surge in power. He had to find a way to adapt, otherwise, it may be a problem if he had to face powerful enemies. It took Yang Kai half a year to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the No-Return Pass. Now, even if his mastery over the Tao of Space had improved, it would still take roughly half a year for him to return. This was the perfect opportunity to get familiar with his new strength. During the journey, Yang Kai swung his dragon claws and whipped his dragon tail from time to time. Occasionally, he would use Dragon Clan's secret techniques, and sometimes, he would summon the Azure Dragon Spear. His 2 dragon claws would grab the spear and wield it around as if he was fighting invisible enemies. If anyone saw this scene, they might think that this golden dragon had gone insane. Yang Kai could not help it though. The human race crusade was about to begin, and he did not want to enter the battlefield before he familiarized himself with his newfound powers. It was a very fruitful trip to the No-Return Pass. On top of the improvement of his bloodline, he had gained a massive amount of Space Tao essence from Su Yan's Phoenix Nest. The Space Tao essence in her Phoenix Nest was created from the immortal parasol tree and contained the mysteries of the grand Tao of heaven and earth from the primordial era, so it was a great tonic for Yang Kai. Although it did not take him to the next level of master in the Tao of Space, it did enhance his comprehension immensely. The main reason was that Yang Kai's own attainments in the Tao of Space were already very high, and it would be very difficult for him to ascend to the next level. Inside the Dragon Pool, when he helped Fu Guang to draw in the Dragon Pool power, the latter even used his dragon bead to demonstrate to Yang Kai the mysteries of the Tao of Time. That enabled Yang Kai to break through the shackles of his understanding of the Tao of Time, reaching the next level of mastery. His dragon bloodline had grown and his two grand Taos had improved tremendously. At this moment, Yang Kai felt very fulfilled, both in terms of his strength and his perception of the two grand Taos. He was totally unrecognizable as compared to when he left Great Evolution Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5328, Get Something Back? If he could completely digest all the gains from this no-return pass trip, Yang Kai believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. It didn't take much effort to familiarize himself with the power of his new dragon form. All he needed was slow and steady accumulation. Yang Kai focused more on comprehending the Taos of time and space. The rapid advancement of his two grand Taos gave him a faint sense of enlightenment. The Tao of space was his main grand Tao, and his achievements in the Tao of time were perhaps due to his bloodline. In the past, his mastery over the Tao of space mainly affected his use of space principles, and the Tao of time, his use of time principles. The two were not related to each other. Even though he had once created the powerful secret technique, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, that was mainly through chance and coincidence. So, he did not give it much deep thought. But as his comprehension of the Grand Taos advanced, it became clear to him that time and space had always been closely related. Space was unable to exist on its own, and so was time. From ancient times until now, the existence of the universe was interwoven with both time and space. The Sun and Moon Divine will combine time and space principles, but that was something Yang Kai achieved subconsciously. Now when he gave it another look, he noticed that his Sun and Moon Divine will had many flaws and had a lot of room for improvement. Faintly, Yang Kai was struck with a flash of inspiration. If one day, he was able to perfectly fuse time principles and space principles, his Sun and Moon Divine will would definitely become much more powerful. It would become possible for him to kill territory lords using this secret technique even when he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Be that as it may, it was extremely difficult to fuse these two. As Yang Kai tried, his strength fluctuated wildly, but he was unable to accomplish anything. He felt like something was missing. The feeling of being unable to cross the hurdles to reach your goal when they were within sight, and you clearly knew how to reach it was extremely frustrating. It could easily cause one's mind to grow restless. This was one of the reasons so many cultivators had suffered from cultivation dissonance while cultivating in retreat throughout history. If one mulled over something too deeply, it would form an obsession, causing their focus to narrow and form an endless cycle of frustration and failure. As a result, they would either lose all confidence or lose their minds, which in turn would cause their grand Tao to collapse. Having learned the lessons from history, Yang Kai didn't want to suffer from cultivation dissonance because of this. So, every time his mood became restless, he would relax and focus on the changes brought about by the growth of his dragon form. By varying his routine, he avoided unnecessary problems. A few months later, Great Evolution Pass entered his sight. Yang Kai collected his thoughts and reverted from his dragon form. When he saw the dense figures stationed on the walls of Great Evolution Pass, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that if he returned too late, he would miss the crusade. From the looks of it, the crusade had yet to begin. After giving it another thought, he realized that it was not surprising. The round trip to the no-return pass cost him a year, and counting the time he had spent at the no-return pass, it should be just about 5 years since he left. The human race army should not be ready yet. Space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of Great Evolution Pass in a few instantaneous movements. The soldiers on duty had long noticed the strange movements, but after seeing Yang Kai's face, they quickly let him pass. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass, he saw soldiers bustling around inside the pass, as if they were preparing for war. Yang Kai had no idea about what the situation in the other theaters was like, but if the crusade were to start right now, the Great Evolution Army would definitely be unstoppable. With the confidence gained from their previous victory over the Black Ink Clan and the addition of the evil-purging divine spears to their arsenal, it shouldn't be a problem for them to destroy the royal city. As for whether they could kill the royal lord or not, that would depend on the means of old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Suddenly, a divine sense sweep surged from somewhere. Naturally, it belonged to none other than the old ancestor. As soon as the divine sense came in contact with him, it withdrew. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai flew away, following the source of the divine sense. A short while later, he arrived at the old ancestor's residence, where old ancestor Xiao Xiao was lazily lying on a chair inside her garden. She sized him up before asking, "How was your trip?" Yang Kai replied respectfully, "It was quite worthwhile. I gained a lot." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao slightly nodded as she teased him. "You didn't leave your name in the dragon tome?" Yang Kai was taken aback. "You know about the dragon tome?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao pursed her lips. "It's not like it's some kind of secret, so why shouldn't I know about it?" In truth, the only reason she knew about it was because she was a ninth order old ancestor. Ordinary humans would have never have heard of the dragon tome. Even Yang Kai had only learned about it after visiting the No-Return Pass and completely purifying his bloodline. "The Dragon Clan wanted me to record my name in the Dragon Tome, but this junior refused." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao casually nodded. If he really recorded his name in the Dragon Tome, it would be impossible for Yang Kai to return to Great Evolution Pass. Yang Kai suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, "Were you injured recently?" He had already noticed that old ancestor Xiao Xiao was a bit pale. He thought it was because her injuries had yet to heal, but after giving it a closer look, he noticed that something was off. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao's aura was clearly unstable. This could not be due to old injuries acting up. The only possibility was that old ancestor Xiao Xiao was injured recently. "I've been going to the royal city more frequently these days," old ancestor Xiao Xiao casually replied. Yang Kai was speechless. Why fight with the royal lord? Isn't harassing him enough? During the previous war, repeated battles had caused the royal lord's injuries to pile up, while old ancestor Xiao Zhao's frequent visits after the war ended prevented him from healing in peace. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't need to fight with him. All she needed to do was disturb him from time to time, frustrating him and eliminating any chance he had to recover. Yang Kai could not understand why old ancestor Xiao Xiao had suddenly become so aggressive. Saying so, he spread out his small universe. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao furrowed her brow at the sight. "It's just some small wounds. I'll be fine in a few days." Yang Kai shook his head and asserted, "You're the old ancestor, so this matter concerns the entire Great Evolution Army. It's more important for you to quickly recover." The old ancestor politely refused. "I know you're doing this out of goodwill, but I've spent a lot of time healing in your small universe. My recovery comes at the cost of its bustling world essence, which will have some negative impact on you." Yang Kai requested once more, smiling, "This junior understands, but such losses won't affect me too much. You should focus on healing yourself." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao glanced at him before sighing, no longer insisting. Suddenly, her expression changed. "Your small universe." Yang Kai explained with a smile, "My dragon bloodline was purified and my mastery over the Tao of time improved. Now, the flow of time in my small universe is faster than before." A faster flow of time made it easier for the old ancestor to heal her injuries. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had lived there for hundreds of years inside of his small universe, so she naturally could sense the changes here. The old ancestor's injuries weren't too serious, and she had completely recovered after staying a few months in Yang Kai's small universe, while only a month had passed in the outside world. After recovering from her wounds, the old ancestor suddenly stood up. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait here for me." Saying so, she soared into the sky. Yang Kai quickly retracted his small universe as his face twitched slightly, staring in the direction the old ancestor had left. After recovering from her injuries, the old ancestor had gone to cause trouble for the royal lord once more, so it was no wonder she told Yang Kai not to leave. Apparently, he would have to help her heal from her injuries after she returned. As he had expected, the old ancestor returned in less than half a day later, but her condition greatly surprised Yang Kai. Although he couldn't find anything wrong with her appearance, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the old ancestor's injuries were much more serious than last time. Needless to say, He quickly spread his small universe and let the old ancestor enter to heal. After a few more months, when the old ancestor had completely recovered, she left the pass once more. The old ancestor returned after half a day again, and this time her face was pale and there were traces of dried blood stains on her clothes. After repeating this process several times, each time, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was injured more severely. When the old ancestor returned from her fifth excursion, Yang Kai finally couldn't bear it any longer and persuaded, "Old ancestor, there's no need to rush. The crusade is imminent. At that time, we'll first cut his wings and then, with the cooperation of the 8th Order Division commanders, we can slowly take care of the Royal Lord." Yang Kai really could not understand what the old ancestor was trying to achieve. Although he helped her mend her injuries and the Royal Lord was now even more heavily injured, the Royal Lord could rely on the power of the black ink nest to empower himself. Fighting alone in the royal city wasn't beneficial to the old ancestor. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao gave him the feeling as if she wanted to quickly finish off the Royal Lord. Hearing this, old ancestor Xiao Xiao bitterly smiled. "It's not what you think. I have my reasons." Yang Kai was confused. As if she felt a little apologetic, old ancestor Xiao Xiao explained with a smile, "I'm not trying to kill that royal lord. His injuries might be quite serious, but it would be quite difficult for me to kill him without the cooperation of the army. I've been going over to visit him only because I want to get something back from him." "What is it?" Yang Kai was taken aback. Does the royal have something that belongs to the old ancestor? Could it be that she had lost it while fighting with him last time? But that should be impossible. With the old ancestor's cultivation, how could the royal lord have secretly snatched something from her? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitating about whether or not to tell Yang Kai about this, but in the end, she still chose to give him the answer, "Every great pass is a huge mobile palace artifact. You should know this." Yang Kai nodded his agreement. This was something he had learned when he first laid eyes on Blue Sky Pass. However, despite being a type of mobile palace artifact, the Great Passes were simply too large and difficult to control. Even the old ancestors overseeing each Great Pass were unable to control them freely despite their fearsome strength. Every Great Pass has its own core, and with the help of that core, the 9th Order old ancestors can control their respective Great Passes. With the assistance of others, a mobile palace artifact like the Great Pass can also be used to attack the enemy. The core is similar to an array core of a grand array. The Great Pass is nothing without its core, just a giant, immobile fortress. The Great Pass can't be used for anything other than for defense in such a state, but if you have its core, the Great Pass can really be used as a mobile palace artifact. Unfortunately, the core of the Great Evolution Pass has been lost. If I'm right, it should have fallen into the hands of the Royal Lord, so I must retrieve it. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Judging by the old ancestors' words, if they had the core, Great Evolution Pass wouldn't have to remain in place and could instead be brought to the royal city at some cost. At that time, how could the royal city possibly resist the powerful Great Evolution Pass? Even if all they did was charge right at the royal city, the Great Pass would easily smash the royal city. However, the core of Great Evolution Pass had been lost, and without it, Great Evolution Pass could not move. After giving it another thought, Yang Kai did not find it strange. Great Evolution Pass was in the possession of the Black Ink clan for 30,000 years. Although they had recovered it now, why would the Black Ink clan leave behind such an important thing? It was very likely that it had been taken away long ago. This was the reason why old ancestor Xiao Xiao had been frequently haunting the royal lord. With the crusade approaching, if Great Evolution Pass didn't have its core, they wouldn't be able to mobilize the pass. This would make it impossible for them to coordinate with the other Great Passes. So no matter what, she had to retrieve the core of Great Evolution Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 53-29. Only one possibility. Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned. Since the core is so important, the Black Ink clan must have also realized it already, so why would they return it just like that? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao let out a long sigh. The Black Ink clan definitely wouldn't return something so important to the human race. If she was the royal lord, She would rather destroy the core than let the humans take it back. This was also the reason why she had been attacking the royal lord so frequently as of late, only to return empty-handed. "Can't we refine another one?" Yang Kai asked. Clearly, there was no hope of getting it back, and old ancestor Xiao Xiao must also know this, but she was just doing what she could while leaving the rest up to the heavens. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head. The core is an ancient artifact, and the method to refine it has long been lost in the annals of history. Although the artifact refining great grandmasters in the past have been researching the problem, they haven't found any clues as of yet. The loss of Great Evolution's core was only discovered during the recent restoration, so they were currently pressed for time. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other artifact refining Great Grandmaster were at a loss. Refining a new core would not only be extremely difficult, it would also cost an astronomical amount of resources and take an absurd amount of time, probably 1,000 years at best. 1,000 years. A lot of things could happen over such a long period. The human race currently had the advantage in various theaters, especially in Great Evolution Theater, so there would not be a better time to launch the crusade and eliminate all the royal cities in one fell swoop. If they delayed things for too long, the Black Ink clan might be able to rise from the ashes once more. If they couldn't find the core of Great Evolution Pass by the time the crusade began, the Great Evolution Army would no longer be able to borrow the power of the Great Pass and would have no choice but to fly over on their warships to confront the enemy. In that case, the Great Evolution Army's casualties would definitely be higher than the other human race armies. Unfortunately, Yang Kai couldn't help in this matter. The only thing he could do was heal old ancestor Xiao Zhao's injuries, hoping that the royal lord wouldn't be able to take her harassment eventually and return the core, although the chances were slim. Be that as it may, Yang Kai finally understood why the higher-ups had spent so much manpower and resources to rebuild Great Evolution Pass after retaking the pass after listening to old ancestor Xiao Xiao. He did question why they were so heavily fortifying Great Evolution Pass in the past. Though he did not put it in words and kept such thoughts to himself, he couldn't help feeling that this was a wasteful endeavor as the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater had already been routed and trapped in the royal city. Thus, restoring the pass without the Black Ink clan being capable of attacking them seemed somewhat pointless. Thus, he thought of it not as repelling assaults by the Black Ink clan, but rather, for the sake of sentiment. Now it was clear he had made too many incorrect assumptions. The various repairs done to Great Evolution Pass were not just for the sake of sentiment or appearance, but rather in preparation for the crusade. As long as they could find the core, the entire pass would be their greatest reliance in the coming war. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao continued going out once every 2 or 3 months, returning each time with varying injuries. If she ended up in this state, the royal lord definitely wouldn't have fared any better. After all, he had yet to recover from his past injuries. If it weren't for the power of the Black Ink nest in the royal city, old ancestor Xiao Xiao would have killed him already. The current royal lord was simply struggling at death's door. Whether Great Evolution Pass could get its core back, the Great Evolution Army would definitely defeat the Black Ink clan army when the crusade began. That would be the time for him to lose his head. However, as time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that old ancestor Xiao Zhao's temper was getting worse and worse. More often than not, she would start cursing the royal lord for being ignorant and calling him a stubborn oaf when she returned from the royal city. Every time this happened, Yang Kai would choose to remain silent. Rather, it would be even stranger if the royal lord really gave her Great Evolution Pass core just because she went to him and asked for it. It was just a thought, one Yang Kai didn't dare say out loud, afraid he would be cursed along with the royal lord. Today, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao returned from her trip to the royal city, she was so gloomy that it felt as if darkness was oozing from her. She landed in Yang Kai's small universe, began healing from her injuries, and began her usual rant about the royal lord. All this went in Yang Kai's left ear and out through the right as he kept nodding in agreement like a chicken pecking rice. This had already happened many times before, so Yang Kai had long since become accustomed to it. Now well prepared, he casually took out a stick of candied fruit and handed it to her. The old ancestor took a sidelong glance at him before accepting it, but she still did not forget to scold the royal lord while she aggressively crunched on the snack. Yang Kai remained calm, quietly studying the dance of time and space. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head, looking at old ancestor Xiao Xiao. The old ancestor was just about to unleash another barrage of curses, but when she noticed his unusual movement, she furrowed her brow and asked, "What is it?" Yang Kai asked, "Old ancestor, you said that the royal lord keeps denying that he took great evolution past core, yes?" This was not the first time the old ancestor had mentioned this, but Yang Kai had never taken it seriously. After all, there was nothing he could do to help in this situation except aid the old ancestor with her recovery. While the old ancestor was recuperating, most of Yang Kai's attention was focused on comprehending the Tao of time and the Tao of space to improve in the short peaceful time he had on hand. And he had indeed gained a lot over the past few months. The advancement of his dragon bloodline had improved his mastery and understanding of the Tao of time, and by refining and absorbing the abundant space Tao essence in Su Yan's phoenix nest, he had enhanced his comprehension of the Tao of space. When the old ancestor mentioned this matter again just now, though, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had overlooked something very important. The old ancestor rebuked with a snort. Would he dare to admit to such a thing if he did it? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, if Great Evolution's core was still there when the Black Ink Clan occupied Great Evolution Pass, would the Black Ink Clan be able to use it? The old ancestor explained, although Great Evolution Pass was created by humans, in the end, it's just a giant mobile palace artifact, so with sufficient energy, anyone can control it. The Royal Lord is comparable to a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so he wouldn't be able to control Great Evolution Pass on his own. However, if with the help of the territory lords under him, controlling Great Evolution Pass wouldn't be a problem. After all, the Black Ink Clan has many territory lords. Then this situation is a bit strange. Yang Kai looked at old ancestor Xiao Xiao. If they were able to move Great Evolution Pass, why did the Black Ink Clan just leave it here? If I were the Royal Lord, I would have brought Great Evolution Pass back to the vicinity of the Royal City to act as another fortified base of operation. I might have even directly treated Great Evolution Pass as my own Royal City. The Black Ink Clan Royal Cities were nowhere near as sturdy as the human race's Great Passes. By making such a pass into his Royal City, the Royal Lord would never need to worry about the humans taking it back, which would give him a huge boost in security and face. He believed that no royal lord could resist this temptation. The old ancestor slightly frowned. Actually, I've also been wondering about this issue as well. Yang Kai's eyes slightly lit up. Great Evolution Pass core really may not be in the hands of the Black Ink Clan. The old ancestor shook her head, denying the possibility. But if the core is not in the hands of the Black Ink Clan, where could it be? Could it have been destroyed? Yang Kai asked. Back then, the old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass died in battle. Perhaps someone felt that the situation was dire enough for the humans that they decided to destroy the core rather than let it fall into enemy hands. At a time of crisis, something as important as the core would definitely be destroyed rather than left behind. While that's possible, it's not very likely. Every Great Pass core is extremely sturdy, so only a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could destroy it. When Great Evolution Pass fell, there was only one old ancestor here, and at that time, he should have been fighting with the two royal lords, so how could he have had time to destroy the core? Then there's only one possibility, Yang Kai stated as he put away his small universe and beckoned her, Old ancestor, please follow me. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's face was filled with confusion. Nonetheless, she quickly chased after him, asking, What are you thinking? Yang Kai shook his head, stating, I'm not certain, but we'll know after giving it a try. Old ancestor, please wait patiently. Xiao Xiao didn't pursue the matter any further. Soon, the two arrived at Great Evolution Space Array Hall. When the soldiers on duty saw the old ancestor arrive, they quickly stepped forward and bowed. One of the soldiers asked, Does the old ancestor want to go to another Great Pass? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head and pointed at Yang Kai. It's his business, you should ask him. The man nodded and turned to Yang Kai. Where is junior brother Yang going? Yang Kai thought for a moment before stating, I'll have to trouble senior brothers to activate the hyperspace array. The guards immediately started getting everything set up. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked, furrowing her brow, "Do you suspect that when Great Evolution Pass was breached, someone sent the core to another Great Pass using the space array?" Yang Kai nodded. "If the core is not in the hands of the Black Ink Clan, and it has not been destroyed, then that is the only possibility left. After all, they did not outright destroy the space array, believing that the humans race would come back one day to retake the pass. No one knew what had happened 30,000 years ago. After all, on the day Great Evolution Pass fell, except for those who had been captured, almost everyone, from the old ancestors to the ordinary soldiers, was wiped out. However, just as Yang Kai had said, if the core was not in the hands of the Black Ink Clan and was not destroyed, the only way to send it away was through the space array. Perhaps on that day, someone had stepped through this space array, shouldering the heavy responsibility of preserving Great Evolution Pass core. If it really was sent to another Great Pass, why would that Great Pass not report it? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao shook her head in response. Yang Kai answered with a smile, "If they don't know, how can they report it?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was confused. At this moment, the guard on duty stated, "Junior brother Yang, everything is set. Where should we set the location?" Yang Kai stated without hesitation, "Wind and Cloud Pass." Saying so, he stepped onto the array. The space array hummed and energy surged as the lines of the array flashed, enveloping Yang Kai's figure in a dazzling glow. By the time the light disappeared, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, inside Wind and Cloud Pass Space Array Hall lit up. The guards promptly reported the situation, while searching for the source of the disturbance. Soon, they found out that it was someone arriving from Great Evolution Pass. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure appeared on the space array. Junior brother Yang. A Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master cupped his fist and greeted Yang Kai. The last time Yang Kai came here, he was also on duty, so he immediately recognized Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting, "Greetings, senior brother." The Seventh Order Master asked, "What business does junior brother Yang have here?" Under normal circumstances, very few people would travel between the Great Passes, because each teleportation would consume a massive amount of resources. If it was just information that needed to be shared, then a jade slip would be sufficient. The evil purging divine spears, purifying black ink pills, and even the refining method of the void yin-yang mirrors were all shared with other Great Passes by sending out jade slips. It had to be something very important for Yang Kai to teleport here in person. Yang Kai stated outright, "There are indeed some things I need to discuss. May I ask which army commander is free right now? I would like to ask them about something." The Seventh Order guard agreed with a nod. "Junior brother, please wait a moment. Allow me." Before this person could finish, a voice came from outside. "What's the matter?" The moment the voice rang in everyone's ear, a figure stepped into the hall. Everyone quickly bowed. Yang Kai looked over and saw an old acquaintance, Wind and Cloud Pass Eastern Army Commander, Yuan Xinggu. Marshall Peak. Chapter 53 30,000 years ago. The last time Yang Kai came here, it was this army commander who took him to meet Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor. "Greetings, Senior Yuan." Yang Kai bowed. Yuan Xinggu lightly nodded in response before solemnly asking, "What did you come here for?" Anytime someone traveled between the passes, it was accompanied by a major event. So, he immediately rushed over after receiving this news. Yang Kai replied, "I have something I want to ask you." "Speak." When Great Evolution Pass was breached 30,000 years ago, did anything unusual happen with Wind and Cloud Pass Space Array? 30,000 years ago, Yuan Xinggu was speechless. This Yuan only arrived at Wind and Cloud Pass 10,000 years ago. How could he know anything about what had happened 30,000 years ago? It was too long ago. In fact, he wasn't even born 30,000 years ago. Is there anyone alive from 30,000 years ago in the past? There is, but they won't necessarily know about this. Everyone had their own duties they were assigned to. Apart from the person guarding it at the time, it was unlikely anyone else would know anything about the matters of the space array. After a moment of silence, Yuan Xinggu asked, "Is this important?" Yang Kai earnestly nodded. "It is of critical importance." Yuan Xinggu turned around and stated, "Follow me. I'll take you to the old ancestor." There was no point in asking others about this. It was best to just ask the old ancestor. After all, it had certainly been over 30,000 years since the current old ancestor began presiding over Wind and Cloud Pass. A moment later, Yang Kai saw Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor, tending his cattle in the manifestation of his small universe at a secluded location in Wind and Cloud Pass once more. Receiving old ancestor Xiao Zhao's reminder, Yang Kai carefully observed this time and found that there was indeed an old ox with a broken horn, secretly guessing that it should be an extremely powerful monster beast. After all, anything that could make old ancestor Xiao Xiao pay attention to would be surely extraordinary. Perhaps sensing Yang Kai's gaze wandering on its ribs, the old ox, that was casually eating grass, raised its head and mooed. Yuan Xinggu stepped forward and whispered a few words to the old ancestor, who nodded and asked, looking at Yang Kai, "Why do you suddenly want to inquire about what happened 30,000 years ago?" Yang Kai cupped his fist and answered, "Reporting to old ancestor, Great Evolution Pass core is missing." Yuan Xingji's expression slightly changed after hearing this, but this was also well within his expectations. After all, the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for more than 30,000 years, so they definitely wouldn't leave the core behind. Be that as it may, what he could not understand was what the loss of the core had to do with Wind and Cloud Pass space array 30,000 years ago. Without waiting for them to ask, Yang Kai explained, "Junior suspects that when Great Evolution Pass was breached, the human soldiers from that time took the core and tried to send it to Wind and Cloud Pass." The old ancestor looked at him with interest. "Why do you think so?" Yang Kai replied with a serious look on his face, "If I were a Great Evolution soldier 30,000 years ago, and saw that the old ancestor would fall in battle and the Great Pass was likely to fall, my priority would be to think of a way to protect the core. And if I wanted to protect it, the only way to do so would be to send it to a nearby Great Pass via the space array." The old ancestor nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Continue." The passes adjacent to Great Evolution Pass are Wind and Cloud Pass and Azure Void Pass. At that time, the situation would have been urgent, so they would have definitely chosen one of these two. Then why Wind and Cloud Pass and not Azure Void Pass? Yang Kai explained, "After recovering Great Evolution Pass, this junior managed to repair Great Evolution Pass hyperspace array, but during the final tests, something went wrong when I tried to teleport to Wind and Cloud Pass. Something was interfering with the space array, preventing a smooth connection from being established between the two passes. I had no choice but to enter the Void Corridor and break through the interference personally, allowing the space array to function smoothly. Senior Yuan should know about this." The nearby Yuan Xing lightly nodded in agreement. That day, when Great Evolution Pass space array connected to this place, a portal had opened, but nothing came through from the other side. It was only after waiting for a very long time that Yang Kai finally arrived. As this had never happened before, the soldiers on duty that day immediately reported it to Yuan Xinggu and the army commander of Wind and Cloud Pass Northern Army, Tianlu. Eventually, Yang Kai did arrive, solving the mystery. Back then, Yang Kai was unable to understand what went wrong with the teleportation. Although he had transited the entire Void Corridor to investigate, he was still unable to find the reason. What's more, apart from the first time, nothing unusual happened with the later teleportations. So, Yang Kai didn't pay any much attention to this matter. He only thought that it was because the Void Corridor had not been used for a long time and needed to be smoothed out or unblocked. But now, it suddenly struck him that this was not the case. There was a high chance that something was stuck in the Void Corridor and was interfering with its stability. So, even if they were able to determine the direction and open the portal, nothing was able to pass through it. If old ancestor Xiao Xiao hadn't told him about Great Evolution Pass core, it would have never occurred to Yang Kai that these two seemingly unrelated matters were actually closely related. Obviously, the old ancestor understood this and asked, "So you suspect that Great Evolution Pass core was lost in the void crack and the power it gave off was interfering with the passage between the two passes, Yang Kai nodded. That is my hypothesis. As for what exactly happened that day, no one knew. And it was impossible to investigate what had happened 30,000 years ago, as everyone who knew had most likely already died. However, if Yang Kai's speculations were true, then a great evolution pass soldier must have brought the core with them and tried to send it to Wind and Cloud Pass through the space array 30,000 years ago. But, just as the space array was activated, the Black Ink clan must have breached Great Evolution Pass. The moment the core was sent, the soldiers must have disabled the space array in haste, causing the void corridor to become unstable. The core must have been lost in the void crack, then because of this, and that is why it had not been found in the last 30,000 years. However, these are all my speculations, so I need some kind of proof before taking further action. This was the reason why he had come to Wind and Cloud Pass to inquire about the situation. If something unusual had happened with the hyperspace array of Wind and Cloud Pass back then, it would greatly bolster his conjecture. The old ancestor nodded lightly. Wait a moment, 30,000 years is a very long time. Even a master like the old ancestor might not be able to recall what happened so long ago. Not to mention, the old ancestor might not have been paying attention to the space array at the time. As such, he needed to calm his mind and search his memories for the scene from 30,000 years ago to find some clues. The verdant mountains and clear waters sunk into silence for the moment as the old ancestor's eyes drooped, as if he had fallen asleep. Yang Kai and Yuan Xinggu quietly stood in place, respectfully waiting. Only a few old oxen were leisurely eating grass nearby. At first, everything seemed normal, but as time passed, the verdant mountains began to slightly quake and ripples appeared on the calm and clear waters. It was obvious that the old ancestor was mobilizing his strength. It happened in the distant past, and there was no specific point in time, so it was not easy to find a small bit of trivial information even for someone as strong as the old ancestor. After half a day, Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor suddenly raised his head. The trembling small universe instantly calmed down. Yang Kai focused his gaze on him. The old ancestor lightly nodded to Yang Kai. It seems your guess is right on the mark. The day Great Evolution Pass was breached, a portal had indeed opened at our space array, but it disappeared right after it appeared. Even the soldiers on duty were unable to locate its origin, so this matter was left unsettled. Yang Kai excitedly cried, so the core really isn't in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Although he felt that his guess was correct, it wasn't until the old ancestor here personally confirmed that something unusual had indeed happened with the space array that he was certain. This was great news. As long as Great Evolution Pass core was not in the hands of the Black Ink clan, it became a simple matter. If the core really was in the hands of the Black Ink clan, that would be rather troublesome. Although old ancestor Xiao Xiao had been pressuring the royal lord, why would the royal lord easily compromise? If he really had the core, he would definitely not return it unless she killed him. And how could a royal lord who could mobilize the power of his black ink nest be so easy to kill? No matter how serious his injuries were, so long as he was in his royal city, he could use the black ink nest to fight with old ancestor Xiao Xiao. If he was pushed into a corner, he might even be able to drag old ancestor Xiao Xiao down with him. This was something Great Evolution Pass could not bear. But now, Yang Kai felt a little sorry for the royal lord. Speaking of which, he had been to several theaters, but he had never seen such a miserable royal lord. He was basically bullied and humiliated by old ancestor Xiao Xiao time and time again, but there was nothing he could do about it. Presumably, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked him for Great Evolution Pass core, a look of despair must have filled his face. He could do nothing about it if he did not have it. Yuan Xinggu asked, just now, you said that you vaguely sensed some kind of disturbance in the void corridor. Does this mean that Great Evolution Pass core is still there? Yes, Yang Kai nodded in agreement. Can you find it? Yang Kai took a deep breath. This junior will do his best. In this world, there were not many who stood a chance of finding an artifact that had been lost for 30,000 years in the void crack. On the divine spirit side, the Phoenix clan with strong bloodlines might be able to, but on the human race's side, only Yang Kai was capable. After confirming that Great Evolution Pass core was still lost in the void, Yang Kai bid farewell to Yuan Xinggu and quickly returned to the space array. Senior brothers, please activate the space array. Yang Kai bowed. The soldiers on duty immediately started setting everything up. Yuan Xinggu was silent for a moment before asking in a low voice, "How confident are you?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I won't return unless I find the core." Yuan Xinggu glanced at him for a moment before cautioning, "Your own safety is of utmost importance." "I understand," Yang Kai earnestly replied. The spirit array was set, so he stepped forward. The grand array buzzed before a dazzling glow enveloped Yang Kai, and he disappeared. If it was a normal teleportation, Yang Kai would probably appear in Great Evolution Pass after just a few breaths, but this time, he had to enter the void corridor to search for the core, so he had to interrupt the teleportation. As soon as he sensed the power of space principles from the space array, Yang Kai immediately used his own space principles to resist the pulling force he felt. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai appeared in the turbulent void. In the void crack, void turbulences were the most dangerous thing. These turbulences had no set pattern and moved randomly, like wild beasts. If anyone who didn't have a high comprehension of the Tao of space was pulled into a void turbulence, they would lose all sense of direction and become trapped forever. Only a miserable fate awaited a person trapped in the void crack. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5331, just in time. Space was an extremely mysterious thing. There had been countless talented geniuses who had led their eras throughout the ages, but how many of them could thoroughly study the mysteries of the Tao of space? Even the current Yang Kai didn't dare say that he had fully comprehended the essence of the Tao of space. He had simply walked further and saw more of the Tao of space than others. He had been to the void crack many times, so he was naturally no stranger to this omnipresent void turbulence. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to find a direction or any kind of regularity here, but for those who were proficient in the Tao of space, the movements of the void turbulence were still quite noticeable. Although it had been determined that Great Evolution Pass core had been lost in the void crack, no one knew where it was exactly. After 30,000 years, perhaps the core had drifted far away along with the void turbulence's flow. What Yang Kai needed to do now was to find some clues that he could use to find the core in this boundless expanse. This was undoubtedly a difficult task. The only piece of good news was that the core shouldn't have drifted too far away. Otherwise, it wouldn't have disturbed the stability of the void corridor between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass. Yang Kai tried his best to recall the place where the void corridor was disrupted back then. His figure moved through the void turbulence like a fish through water as he pushed his space principles. Meanwhile, Yuan Xinggu, at Wind and Cloud Pass Space Array, ordered, "Send a message to Great Evolution Pass and inform them of the situation here." The Great Evolution Army had no idea how long it would take for Yang Kai to find the core in the void crack, but they must still be waiting for news. The soldier on duty nodded in response and quickly prepared a blank jade slip. He recorded everything that had transpired here with his divine sense before activating the space array and sending the jade slip to Great Evolution Pass. The moment the two arrays connected, Yang Kai, who was in the void crack between them, sensed it. Via his divine sense, he quickly discovered that something was rapidly passing through the local space. Very soon, he understood that it should be a message sent by Wind and Cloud Pass to Great Evolution Pass. Yuan Xinggu is quite meticulous, while I was a bit sloppy. I should have reported to old ancestor Xiao Xiao before I left. But since Wind and Cloud Pass has sent a message, it should be fine now. Yang Kai found nothing as he investigated along the direction of the void turbulence flow, which frustrated him slightly. Had he known that Great Evolution Pass core was lost in this void crack, he wouldn't have been so quick to open up the void corridor that day. That was undoubtedly the best opportunity to find the core, because he could find the source of the disturbance. The source of this disturbance was definitely the location of the core. Unfortunately, after he cleared the passage between the two passes, these clues were also erased. Nevertheless, there was no point in crying over spilt milk. No one had expected such a situation to occur. Perhaps, I could sabotage Great Evolution Pass Space Array and try to recreate the event from 30,000 years ago? Just as this thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind, he shook his head and quashed it. Sabotaging the space array wouldn't be a problem, and repairing it wasn't an issue either, but the chances of reconstructing the exact circumstance from 30,000 years ago were far too low. Even the slightest error could throw the entire attempt off. Right now, the best solution was to search, slowly and painstakingly. Perhaps he might even obtain some benefits. Just as Yang Kai was looking around, he suddenly felt a strange reaction from his space ring. He quickly stopped and focused his divine sense. The next instant, a look of shock appeared on his face as an extremely rich fluctuation of space principles began to radiate from his space ring. Before he could figure out what was going on, a seven-colored figure of light flew out from his space ring. The figure of light twisted and transformed, taking the shape of a young woman in front of him. Yang Kai stared at the figure before him in shock and muttered, "Xinjiang?" This young woman was none other than Huang Xinjiang, who should be back at the No-Return Pass. How is Xinjiang here, and how did she appear from my space ring? Aren't the Phoenix clan and Dragon clan bound by the bloodline great oath that prevents them from leaving the No-Return Pass unless they are under threat of extermination? While Yang Kai was reeling from the shock, Huang Xinjiang stretched lazily and chanted, "I'm finally out." After glancing around, she was a little taken aback by her surroundings and muttered, "You're cultivating the Tao of space here? No wonder I felt strong fluctuations of space principles." If it weren't for the fact that she had noticed the extremely chaotic fluctuations of the surrounding space principles, she wouldn't have appeared. She had thought that Yang Kai had encountered some kind of enemy and was currently locked in battle, but contrary to her assumption, he was actually swimming through the void crack. Yang Kai sized up Huang Xinjiang for a moment before hesitantly guessing, a soul clone? When she first appeared in front of him, Yang Kai really thought that Xinjiang had come here in person, but after carefully examining her, he discovered that she had not. This should be a type of soul clone because the Huang Xinjiang in front of him wasn't as powerful as he had seen before. However, this was clearly somewhat different from an ordinary soul clone. Xinjiang had no intention of explaining and just slightly nodded her agreement to his question, "Yup." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That tail feather?" Xinjiang grinned. Yang Kai smacked his forehead, voicing his thoughts. "I was wondering why you were so generous when we first met. It turns out you had this in mind." Back at the Phoenix Nest, Xinjiang had said that she had lost a bet with Feng Lu Lang, and as a result, she had to give him a tail feather. Yang Kai was quite puzzled by this. The two of them had made a bet, so how was he related? But it was the tail feather of a phoenix, from which he could comprehend the Tao of space, so Yang Kai naturally happily accepted it. But by the looks of it, it wasn't because of his outstanding charisma and charm, but rather because Huang Xinjiang had other plans. This tail feather wasn't just an ordinary tail feather. It had probably been refined by Huang Xinjiang into something similar to a soul clone. She had gifted it to Yang Kai with the intention to sightsee around the black ink battlefield. Xinjiang really liked to join in on the fun, but unfortunately, she couldn't leave the No-Return Pass, nor did the Black Ink clan come attacking, so she spent her days in her phoenix nest, bored to death. Although a large number of humans, who would come to the No-Return Pass and would be sent to the various Great Passes, would appear every few years, they were all ordinary humans. How could Xinjiang lower herself to interact with them? Yang Kai, on the other hand, was different. He was partially a dragon at that time, so giving him a tail feather was no big deal. In truth, Xinjiang hadn't schemed against Yang Kai in this matter. She just hadn't told him the whole truth because she had some selfish motives. Although a space ring was a sealed space, with the Phoenix clan's attainments in the Tao of space, it naturally wouldn't be difficult for Xinjiang to escape even if Yang Kai placed the tail feather inside one. The reason she had appeared at this time was because she had sensed dense fluctuations of the space principles and had thought that Yang Kai was fighting with the Black Ink clan, so she had come out to join in. As a result, she appeared in the void crack. "Your soul clone is not restricted by the bloodline oath?" Yang Kai asked. Huang Xinjiang pursed her lips. "It's just a soul clone. Why would it receive any restrictions? It's not a big deal if my main body doesn't leave the No-Return Pass." Yang Kai just nodded along in response. What are you doing in such a place? Huang Xinyang looked around, and when she saw nothing but void turbulence, disappointment filled her face. Although her tail feather was similar to a soul clone, it wasn't really one, so she couldn't maintain this state indefinitely. At most, she could only manifest around 3 times before it became ineffective. This was a waste of an opportunity, so she was truly annoyed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Xinyang, you came just in time. I have something I need your help with. Huang Xinyang couldn't help but gawk at his happy expression. After Yang Kai explained the situation, Huang Xinyang nodded. Understood. Since that's the case, let's split up and search. Saying so, her figure flickered as she transformed into a 7-colored streak of light and disappeared into the void turbulence. Yang Kai watched in amazement. Although his mastery of the Tao of space had reached an extremely high level and he had no problem traversing through this turbulent void, Huang Xinyang was a phoenix with an innate bloodline talent for the Tao of space, allowing her to literally feel at home in this kind of environment. He couldn't repeat the same feat. This had nothing to do with mastery. If he could be considered a person who had practiced and mastered the art of swimming, then Huang Xinyang and the other phoenixes would be fishborn in the ocean. Be that as it may, if he were to think about it from a different perspective, he had his own advantages. Although their bloodline talent was indeed powerful and beneficial, it was also set in stone with predefined limits. This was also why the Phoenix clan was unable to repair the damaged universe temples. The human race had made many innovations and come up with a lot of applications for the Tao of space, something the Phoenix clan couldn't compare to. In any case, it should not be a problem to find the Great Evolution Passcore with the help of Huang Xinyang. As for how she would inform him after finding it, that was something Yang Kai was not worried about. The advantages the Phoenix clan could display here were beyond his reach. Since Xinyang had left so quickly, she definitely had a way to find him again. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Yang Kai also shuttled through the void turbulence and began carefully searching. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything until he sensed a strange movement in the void near him at some point. Yang Kai focused his senses to investigate and found that a 7-colored beam of light was rapidly approaching him through the void turbulence. I don't know if it's what you're looking for, but there's something strange over there, Huang Xinyang reported before turning around and leading the way. Yang Kai quickly chased after her. A moment later, the two stopped somewhere in the void crack, staring at the strange scene before their eyes. Yang Kai became slightly absent-minded at the sight of this. He had traveled through the void crack many times, but he had never seen anything like this. The void turbulence had almost solidified into a sphere-like object. Even now, more turbulence was still being pulled in from the surroundings and merging with this anomaly, slowly enlarging the sphere. Who knows how long it had existed for it to reach its current size? Is this what you're looking for? Huang Xinyang asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm not sure, but it might be. There was nothing else in this void crack apart from this strange thing. Furthermore, the surrounding void turbulence was extremely chaotic because of this object, so it was quite possible that it had disturbed the void corridor before. Huang Xinyang looked at it for a moment before replying, "It's going to be a bit difficult to deal with this." Yang Kai humbly asked, "Can you take it out directly?" Huang Xinyang shook her head. "This thing is formed from an immense amount of void turbulence. Even if you could force it open, once the structure is disturbed, the flow around here will surely become extremely violent and chaotic, to the point where this section of the void crack will be torn to pieces and scatter about randomly." Yang Kai nodded his agreement. "Then we'll have to slowly peel it open." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5332, remains. Inside the void crack, there was a strange object formed from countless turbulent flows. Not to mention Yang Kai, even Huang Xinyang had never seen anything like it before. However, Yang Kai could vaguely sense that there was something inside this strange anomaly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to draw in the surrounding void turbulence. This thing was most likely Great Evolution Passcore, which Yang Kai was looking for. In that case, the only way to extract the core would be to separate the individual streams of void turbulence that had accumulated over the past 30,000 years. This was undoubtedly an extremely complicated task. Huang Xinyang felt quite exasperated. Back then, she had given her tail feather to Yang Kai mainly because she wanted to accompany him and find an opportunity to join in on the fun and kill a few black ink clansmen. But the first time she showed herself, Yang Kai was ordering her around like a laborer. If one were to compare this spherical object before them to a ball of yarn, then the countless turbulent currents in and around it would be the threads. These threads were interweaving and overlapping each other layer by layer in a complete mess. If one wanted to unravel these currents, it would be equivalent to extracting the threads from it one by one until it was revealed what was hidden inside. This required great willpower and patience. This was undoubtedly the most brute force method, but it was also the only method available. After Yang Kai reached this conclusion, he took action. He used space principles to form a barrier around the sphere, isolating it. He had to first isolate it, because this sphere was constantly drawing in the surrounding void turbulence. If he didn't isolate it, he would never be able to completely clear the turbulent flows. For the current Yang Kai, forming a barrier was a simple matter. A moment later, an isolation field created by space principles enveloped the sphere. Space principles continued to fluctuate as Yang Kai's divine sense surged towards the sphere, searching for weak spots to exploit. After a while, a stream of void turbulence attached to the sphere was drawn out and then pushed out of the barrier by Yang Kai, discarding it into the void crack. The first step was always the hardest. After the first successful attempt, Yang Kai found the second to be much simpler. After removing several dozen streams of void turbulence, Yang Kai turned to the bored Huang Xinyang and called out to her, "Xinyang, don't just stand there, help me." He had no idea how many streams of void turbulence had been gathered in this sphere over the past 30,000 years. Some had fused together while others had split apart, so the exact number was impossible to determine. All that was certain was that there was an enormous amount of them. It would take him a lot of time and effort if he were to try to separate them all by himself. Huang Xinyang glared at him fiercely. "You want this great ant to help? Does it look like I owe you some great debt, or something?" Despite saying so, Huang Xinyang still joined in. The next moment, Yang Kai felt powerful fluctuations of space, principle radiating from her as she drew out a turbulent flow with a gentle wave of her hand. She was many times faster than him at this. Yang Kai was extremely impressed. The Phoenix clan really deserved its title. Moreover, Huang Xinyang became faster and faster with her subsequent attempts. After a brief familiarization, her pair of fair hands began to move back and forth, flicking her fingers with great speed. Every time she flicked her fingers, space principles would undulate around her, quickly drawing out the turbulent flows around the sphere. Obviously, this was an extremely profound application of the Tao of space. While Yang Kai was quietly extracting the void turbulence, he was also stealing her knowledge in an open and above-board manner. He split his attention between Huang Xinyang and his task, appreciating the profound mysteries of the Tao of space. This kind of application of the Tao of space was extremely profound. Someone who had not cultivated the Tao of space would definitely be bewildered at the sight of this. But it took Yang Kai only half an hour to fully grasp its essence. For a time, the two of them stood side by side in front of the strange sphere, using their strength to frantically extract the threads from it. The size of the giant sphere decreased as the void turbulence around it decreased. Whether it was Yang Kai or Huang Xinyang, the speed at which they separated the void turbulence became faster and faster until each of them reached their respective peaks. Yang Kai silently calculated, and according to his current speed, it would take him half a year at most to completely remove the turbulence that made up this sphere. He would be able to see what was hidden inside then. It was most likely great evolution past core. After all, nothing else would be lost in this kind of damned place. However, after a month or so, Huang Xinyang suddenly stopped and turned to Yang Kai. "I can't persist any longer. I'll leave the rest to you." Saying so, her figure flickered as she flew towards Yang Kai. When she was halfway, the seven-colored streak of light transformed back to the tail feather, which was quickly grabbed by Yang Kai. Whether Xinyang could hear him or not, Yang Kai still thanked her, "Many thanks for your hard work." But judging by this, it became clear that the tail feather was indeed somewhat different from a soul clone. At the very least, normal soul clones wouldn't exhaust their strength so quickly. Yang Kai didn't know if Huang Ningxi could use this clone again, but he reckoned it was possible. He carefully placed it into his space ring. In any case, Xin Yang could break through the barrier of the space ring herself, so if she wanted to appear, she would show herself. Without Xin Yang's help, Yang Kai had no choice but to work alone. The original half-year estimate was instantly doubled. Yang Kai didn't find this exercise boring, though. This experience of extracting void turbulence was very rare and happened to be like a test of his mastery over the Tao of space. He had already reached his limit in terms of speed of extracting the void turbulence. If he could break through this limit, perhaps his mastery over the Tao of space would improve. From then on, Yang Kai continued to try all sorts of methods to extract the void turbulence, gaining a little each time. At some point, he suddenly stopped and focused his attention on the sphere. After a long time of extraction, the sphere had reduced to the height of only 2 people combined, and the thing hidden inside seemed to have finally revealed some clues. Yang Kai faintly felt a strange energy fluctuation coming from inside the sphere, but he did not dare to jump to any conclusions and carefully examined everything again. The next moment, he was overjoyed. Apparently, his guess was right. This sphere was most likely Great Evolution Pass Core. He continued to draw out the void turbulence without any more hesitation. As the surrounding turbulent flows were stripped away one by one, the true appearance of the thing hidden inside finally revealed itself. After another 10 days, Yang Kai managed to extract the last of the turbulent flows and finally saw the exact appearance of the thing inside, and that left him baffled. The thing in his sight was not Great Evolution Pass Core like he was expecting, but rather the remains of a human cultivator. A long time had passed since this human had died. The corpse was riddled with wounds, with its flesh having withered under the effects of the void turbulence. Judging by the state of the corpse before its death, the expression on its face could be considered peaceful. Yang Kai didn't know what order this old man was when he was alive, but he could faintly feel residual space principles from his remains. These residual space principles were not something left behind by the void turbulence, but rather they belonged to this person from the start. In other words, this man should have cultivated the Tao of space to some extent when he was still alive. However, after Yang Kai scanned him, he reckoned that this man should have just started cultivating the Tao of space. If that wasn't the case, the man wouldn't have remained trapped in the void crack and would have found a way out long ago. It was precisely because of these faint traces of the Tao of space left in the remains that the surrounding void turbulence gathered and gradually formed a sphere-like object. Looking at the remains in front of him, Yang Kai could imagine how this person had reacted after being trapped here. No matter what order this person was when he was alive, it would be difficult for him to find a way out of the void crack. If he wanted to leave, he would have to find a pattern to the void turbulence. After many years of observation and study, although he had suffered a great deal, he had finally managed to gain some insights into the Tao of space. If he had sufficient time to continue cultivating, he might have made some progress in the Tao of space and escaped. Unfortunately, for various unknown reasons, his strength was completely exhausted and had no way to replenish his energy. As such, he was unable to resist the void turbulence and eventually died of old age or injuries. After countless years, Yang Kai finally found him. This scene was quite different from what he had imagined. He thought that 30,000 years ago, the soldiers of Great Evolution Pass had used the space array to send the core to Wind and Cloud Pass at that critical moment, but now it seemed that it was not just a simple delivery of the core, but someone carrying it. There was no Great Evolution Pass core in sight, but Yang Kai wasn't disappointed, because if it were him, if he fled with the core, he would not be carrying it by hand. It must have been stored in this man's small universe or space ring. As the man was already dead, his small universe had certainly collapsed. No matter what the small universe had inside of it, it would have been destroyed. Yang Kai turned his focus to the space ring on this man's right hand. He bowed to the corpse before approaching it and removing the space ring. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he discovered that all the restrictions on this space ring had been removed in advance. In other words, anyone who obtained this space ring would be able to easily retrieve its contents. The removal of the restrictions should have been done by this senior before his death. Even though he was in a desperate situation and about to die, he still firmly believed that someone would someday find him and retrieve the thing he had hidden. Thinking so, he could not leave behind any restrictions on his space ring, because if he did, it would only cause trouble for those who came to retrieve it in the future. If the space ring was destroyed while trying to remove the restrictions, its contents would be lost. Yang Kai used his divine sense to investigate the contents of the space ring. The large space inside was empty, which was a given as this man must have used up everything he could while he was trapped here. Inside the space ring, there was only an identity token and a few artifacts. What caught Yang Kai's attention, though, was a sparkling, translucent white jade tree. Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. He didn't sense anything special about this white jade tree. It looked like an ornamental artifact. Is this great evolution past core? If not, where is the core? He didn't touch the small tree. After all, this place wasn't safe. If the jade tree was really great evolution past core, it wasn't suitable to be taken out here. Yang Kai took out the identity token and checked it for a moment before a sigh escaped his lips. Martial Peak, Chapter 5333, it's the core. Although 30,000 years had passed, the identity token of the various great passes of the human race hadn't changed much. That's why, when Yang Kai saw this identity token, he knew that it belonged to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, because he also had such a token. The identity token contained information about the other party, but unfortunately, even this information had become incomplete under the erosion of time. All Yang Kai could make out was his surname and middle name, which was Zhao and he respectively. As for the given name, he could not make it out. It was truly a pity. Countless people had sacrificed their lives on the black ink battlefield, leaving only their names behind on the Monument of Heroes. As for this senior Zhao, he might not even be able to leave his full name behind. This was quite a terrible era. Generation after generation, heroes of the 3,000 worlds laid down their lives on the black ink battlefield. But it was quite a wonderful era too. Despite countless sacrifices, people kept stepping forward to take the place of the fallen, rising to fight one after another. It was not that they were not afraid of death. They had finally reached the open heaven realm after painstakingly cultivating for so many years, and their lifespans were extremely long. So who wouldn't want to live a little longer? Be that as it may, people kept vehemently offering up everything they had for the sake of the human race. The peace of the 3,000 worlds had been forged with the blood and lives of these heroes, despite more than 99% of the people there being completely unaware of the Black Ink Clan's existence. After bowing once more, Yang Kai put away the space ring and collected the remains of this senior Zhao before turning around and flying away. Finding his way back was a simple matter for him, and he quickly found the right direction and flew straight through the void crack. A few days later, at Great Evolution Pass Space Array, the soldiers on duty were staring at the space array with rapt attention. Not just them, but even old ancestor Xiao Xiao was waiting here. It had been almost a year since Yang Kai had traveled to Wind and Cloud Pass using the hyperspace array. Soon after, Wind and Cloud Pass had sent a message to inform of the situation. Therefore, old ancestor Xiao Xiao knew that Yang Kai was searching for Great Evolution Pass core in the void crack right now. But whether or not he could find it, or even if Great Evolution Pass core was really lost in the void crack, was still speculative. All the Great Evolution Army could do now was wait. At the same time, they also hoped that Yang Kai's guess was correct. Otherwise, the loss of the core would be extremely detrimental to the upcoming crusade. At some point, the space array suddenly began to hum, and it lit up as a portal slowly appeared. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao, who was watching closely, suddenly narrowed her eyes. The soldiers on duty also hurriedly started moving to locate the source of the transmission. But before they could figure out what was happening, a pair of hands suddenly emerged from the portal. A mysterious force surged out from those hands as they fiercely pulled apart from each other, forcefully tearing open the portal which had yet to fully take form. The next moment, Yang Kai's figure leapt out of the portal and breathed a long sigh of relief. Although he was proficient in the Tao of space, staying in the void crack for an extended period was anything but pleasant. The feeling of emptiness and chaos would make anyone feel anxious. Sensing old ancestor Xiao Xiao's, Yang Kai quickly walked towards her. "Well?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked. "I found something." While speaking, Yang Kai handed over the space ring to the old ancestor and at the same time took out Senior Zhao's remains. The old ancestor's eyes turned slightly dim when she first laid eyes on the corpse. Only after a moment did she finally examine the contents of the space ring. Soon, she too let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing this, Yang Kai asked in a low voice, "Is it the core?" Xiao Xiao nodded her affirmation, "It's the core." Yang Kai was finally able to relax. He was really afraid that the white jade tree was not Great Evolution Pass core. If it wasn't, this trip would have been in vain. "Is this the soldier who left Great Evolution Pass with the core that day?" Old ancestor Xiao Xiao asked, looking at the remains. Yang Kai nodded, "Yes." Yang Kai hadn't carefully examined the remains back in the void crack, but now that he had taken them out, he found that there was a huge wound on its back, deep enough to see bone. Even after so many years, it showed no signs of healing. It was easy to imagine that when Great Evolution Pass was about to be breached, this man surnamed Zhao must have taken the core and stepped into the space array, preparing to send it to Wind and Cloud Pass. But the moment the hyperspace array was activated, the Black Ink clan must have broken through. The soldiers there had to stop the space array from operating, which caused the transmission to go awry and severely injured him in the process. With the transmission cut off, Senior Zhao was lost in the void crack for countless years before finally succumbing to his injuries. Before his death, he had made the utmost effort to place Great Evolution Pass core into his space ring and remove its restrictions, entrusting the completion of his task to the later generations. It could be said that if it weren't for this senior's efforts, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to find the core so easily. This was a mission handed down 30,000 years ago. "Bury him with full honors," old ancestor Xiao Xiao ordered. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. Of course. Since the core had been found, Yang Kai didn't need to worry about the rest. Under the old ancestor's charge, the core was installed in Great Evolution Pass before she issued a general order. Immediately after, the auras of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters appeared one after another inside Great Evolution Pass, gathering towards someplace. Every Great Pass had two extremely special places. One was the Monument of Heroes, which recorded the names of generations of fallen heroes who died in battle. The other was the cemetery, the final resting place of the fallen ancestors. Every battle against the Black Ink clan was extremely intense, and many had lost their lives in battle, leaving behind nothing but a name on the Monument of Heroes. But there were still some who died with intact corpses. Their remains were collected by the survivors and buried in the cemetery. To the soldiers of the Black Ink battlefield, dying in battle was not the ideal outcome, but it was an acceptable one. Every soldier who stepped onto the Black Ink battlefield had the will to lay down their life if need be. Even after generations of sacrifices, all the soldiers firmly believed that the Black Ink clan would be exterminated one day, purging the enemy from the Black Ink battlefield once and for all. Great Evolution Pass Cemetery didn't have many remains of past heroes. 30,000 years ago, the Black Ink clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass, and although the Monument of Heroes was left intact, the cemetery had to be rebuilt. The previous cemetery had already been destroyed by the Black Ink clan. To refine the enormous throne of bones for the royal lord, the Black Ink clan had not only collected the remains of the human race masters from the battlefield, but even the ones buried in the cemetery, which finally led to the creation of the Throne of Bones for Great Evolution Theater's royal lord. At present, this throne had already been dismantled by old ancestor Xiao Xiao and the remains buried in the cemetery along with the remains of the soldiers who had died in the battle to retake Great Evolution Pass. There were more than 10,000 remains buried in the cemetery. Many of the martyrs had died without leaving behind anything apart from the mark they had left on the Monument of Heroes. Yang Kai was quietly waiting in front of the cemetery. Not long after, a streak of light flew over from the horizon before landing in front of him. Before saying anything, the newcomer first respectfully bowed towards the cemetery, then asked, What is it? Grandmaster Ma Fan had immediately rushed over after receiving Yang Kai's message, but he didn't know why Yang Kai had chosen this location. Normally, no one would come to the cemetery, and every time they did, it meant that someone who had died in the battle was going to be buried. Those who died in battle didn't need to be mourned. The survivors only needed to diligently cultivate, raise their strength, and kill more Black Ink clansmen. This was the best way to comfort the dead. Do you know this, Senior? As Yang Kai spoke, he took out Senior Zhao's remains and placed them in front of him. Grandmaster Ma Fan shot a glance at them and was instantly stunned. Although it was impossible to see the original appearance of this man after his corpse had dried out and shriveled from exposure to the void crack for so many years, there still remained traces of his past visage. In the past, when Great Evolution Pass was in critical need of assistance, all the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Great Evolution Paradise had rushed to the battlefield where they ultimately died in the final battle. If this senior surnamed Zhao was someone who had come to support Great Evolution Pass, Grandmaster Ma Fan should be able to recognize him. This was also why Yang Kai had sent him a message. Senior Zhao had already passed away, but if it was possible, he should try to find out his full name so it could be properly inscribed onto the Monument of Heroes. Reality proved that Grandmaster Ma Fan recognized this senior. Grandmaster Ma Fan started trembling. He knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the remains before slowly standing up and whispering with slightly red eyes, "He is my Great Evolution Paradise's martial uncle Zhao Yihuan." Yang Kai slightly nodded, confirming that Grandmaster Ma Fan was right. Grandmaster Ma Fan suppressed his excitement and asked, "Where did you find him?" Yang Kai heaved a sigh. "In the void crack between Great Evolution Pass and Wind and Cloud Pass." When Great Evolution Pass was breached, Senior Zhao took the core and attempted to bring it safely to Wind and Cloud Pass. Unfortunately, Space Array was disabled at that time to prevent the Black Ink clan from using it, and he was trapped in the void crack mid-transit. Grandmaster Ma Fan immediately understood everything. Only a few people knew about the loss of Great Evolution Pass core, but Grandmaster Ma Fan was one of them. This was because old ancestor Xiao Xiao had made preparations for all eventualities. On one side, she constantly harassed the royal lord, asking him for the core, while on the other, she asked the artifact refining great grandmasters in the past to see if they could refine a replacement. Unfortunately, even with Grandmaster Ma Fan and the other artifact refining master skills, their progress was dreadfully slow. The core of every pass was an ancient artifact. It wasn't that the people of that era were necessarily more skilled in artifact refining than the current generation, but the artifact refiners of that era must have spent an enormous amount of time, effort, and resources to refine these cores. What Grandmaster Ma Fan and the others lacked most to refine a replacement was time. "So you've also found the core?" Grandmaster Ma Fan suddenly asked. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder. It was no wonder so many 8th Order auras had appeared just now and gathered. It turned out that the core had been found. Obviously, old ancestor Xiao Xiao wanted to borrow the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's strength to install the core and run some tests. As his sect elder's remains had been found, Grandmaster Ma Fan threw the matter of the core to the back of his mind and helped Yang Kai bury his martial uncle in the cemetery without a moment of hesitation. In truth, Ma Fan wasn't that close with this martial uncle Zhao Yihuan. In the era Great Evolution Paradise fell, Grandmaster Ma Fan had only recently entered the sect and was just one of many young disciples. Although he was highly regarded by his honored master, he hadn't come into contact with too many top masters of the sect. In fact, he had only seen this martial uncle Zhao a few times. He especially remembered the day when all of Great Evolution Paradise's Open Heaven Realm Masters were mobilized. This martial uncle Zhao, like many other martial uncles and ancestors, looked back at Great Evolution Paradise's gate before leaving and never returned. When they saw each other again, they were already separated by life and death. Martial uncle Zhao's remains had been found, but the remains of his honored master and many of his senior brothers and senior sisters who had reached the Open Heaven realm had not even left a single bone behind. Martial Peak, Chapter 5334, Begin? After burying Senior Zhao Yihuan's remains, Grandmaster Ma Fan personally went to the Monument of Heroes to engrave his name on it. Yang Kai accompanied him. The remains were brought back by him, so he naturally had to finish what he started. Yang Kai's heart sank when he laid his eyes on the numerous names on the Monument of Heroes. It had only been a few centuries since he arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, but even so, he had experienced the loss of countless peers. In the battle against the Black Ink clan at the royal city, Chi Tai-Chu could be said to have died under his command. Even if he was proficient in the Tao of space and was invincible amongst his peers, he could not save Chi Tai-Chu's life in such a chaotic battlefield. This was his greatest regret on the Black Ink battlefield so far, and he didn't want to experience such a thing ever again. That was why he had to become stronger. Yang Kai silently prayed that no new names would be added to the Monument of Heroes, and that all the soldiers joining the crusade would be able to return safely. Suddenly, a humming sound reverberated from somewhere inside Great Evolution Pass before it began to violently shake, causing Yang Kai to lose his footing. Immediately after, figures hurriedly flew high up to investigate in all directions, one after another. The next moment, an invisible shockwave quickly spread out from somewhere. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan. Grandmaster Ma Fan stated in a heavy voice, "The core has been activated." Only now did Yang Kai come to realize what happened. At that moment, he had thought that the Black Ink clan had come to attack. To his surprise, it was the core he had brought back being activated. As for Great Evolution Pass, with its core installed, it was completely different from before. If the Great Evolution Pass of the past was an inanimate object, then the current Great Evolution Pass gave Yang Kai the feeling of a living being, as if it had transformed into a giant beast. And this giant beast was currently starving. Only the lives of the Black Ink clan could satiate it. The tremors disappeared as quickly and suddenly as they came, and Great Evolution Pass returned to normal after just a few breaths. Like it was a sleeping dragon that suddenly poked its head out of its cave, looked around for a moment, and then withdrew. Everyone could feel that the Great Evolution Pass had changed. "The crusade is about to begin. Get ready," Grandmaster Ma Fan stated before flying towards the source of the tremors. He was extremely curious about Great Evolution Pass core and naturally wanted to study it too. If one day the core was damaged, a great Grandmaster artifact refiner like him would be needed to repair it. Watching Ma Fan's figure grow smaller and smaller, Yang Kai's heart began to rapidly beat in excitement. The crusade is finally here. Whether or not the humans could finally live in peace depended on the results of this crusade. If they could really purge the Black Ink clan from the Black Ink battlefield, there would no longer be any threat to the 3,000 worlds. Generations of elites would no longer have to leave their homes for the battlefield where their only fate was death. Yang Kai's figure flickered as space principles fluctuated, and he disappeared from his spot. The concept of a crusade was not something new. Humans had been thinking of launching a crusade for a long time, but this idea had become impossible to implement for various reasons. First and foremost, the corruption of the Black Ink strength could not be resolved. The humans had countless eras of experience in defending the Great Passes and resisting the Black Ink clan's invasion, but if they were to actively go on offense, too many variables would come into the equation. No one could guarantee that a crusade would be successful, and if things didn't go as planned, the entire Black Ink battlefield's defense line would very likely collapse. At that time, even with the Dragon and Phoenix clans defending the Noreturn Pass, they still wouldn't be able to resist the Black Ink clan's invasion, and danger would befall the 3,000 worlds. It wasn't until Yang Kai entered the Black Ink battlefield that real plans for a crusade were gradually formulated. It was as if he had appeared specifically to make the human race's counterattack possible. Black Ink's strength, which had given a headache to the upper echelons of countless generations, had been easily resolved after his arrival. Whether it was the purifying light or the purifying Black Ink pills that were developed later, humans finally had the means to resist the corruption of the Black Ink strength. Owing to these two methods, not a single human had been corrupted by Black Ink strength in the last few centuries. Not only that, but many Black Ink disciples who had appeared on the battlefield had been captured and rescued. After solving the problem of Black Ink strength, what the humans needed to consider next were resources. Resources were of critical importance in any war. Cultivators needed resources to heal their wounds, cultivate, arrange spirit arrays, refine warships, and so forth. The Black Ink battlefield was extremely rich in materials, as there was an enormous amount of dead universe worlds to mine them from. Be that as it may, it had been extremely difficult for the humans to extract these resources. They could only mine a few resources within the range of the Great Passes after every war, and the time they had was never more than a few decades because they had to retreat before the arrival of the Black Ink clan's next attack. A large portion of the resources that the humans used were sent from the 3,000 worlds. As such, the humans at the various passes would ration everything, from cultivation resources to food and clothing. Every single piece of material was hard-won, and every open heaven pill was extremely precious. Those who had never been to the Black Ink battlefield would find it difficult to imagine that a group of high-rank open heaven realm cultivators would be living such frugal lives. But this problem was also solved by Yang Kai's arrival. The proliferation of the void yin-yang mirrors made it extremely easy for the Great Passes to mine resources. This mysterious set of artifacts seemed to have been specially invented for the Black Ink battlefield. During the war to regain Great Evolution Pass, Xiang Shan had ordered the artifact refiners of the East-West Army to refine tens of thousands of puppets just to attract the attention of the Black Ink clansmen at Great Evolution Pass. The amount of resources he had spent was enormous. He would have never dreamed of doing something like this before the appearance of the void yin-yang mirrors. As the problem of Black Ink strength and the resources had been taken care of, all that was left was to compare the strength. In terms of numbers, the Black Ink clan had an innate advantage. Every Great Pass had a population of around 30,000 human soldiers, but in the corresponding theaters, the Black Ink clan army always numbered in the millions. Although the vast majority of Black Ink clansmen had quite low strength, there was no lack of masters like territory lords. If the humans didn't have enough strength, the crusade would only be an empty threat. Feudal lords were not of much concern, and many died in every war, but killing a territory lord was a whole different concept. The evil purging divine spear was born for this purpose. This weapon would play a crucial role in the crusade. To hide this tool, the Great Evolution Army, despite being equipped with such weapons, had never used the evil purging divine spears no matter how many casualties they suffered in the mission to retake Great Evolution Pass. Because once it was used, the news would quickly spread to the other theaters, and the Black Ink clan would have their guards up against it. By then, the evil purging divine spear's effectiveness in the other theaters would become much more limited. This was a trump card that the human race had painstakingly developed and hidden, and it would definitely give the Black Ink clan a huge, unpleasant surprise. The birth of the evil purging divine spear was also related to Yang Kai. Although this artifact was created by Grandmaster Ma Fan, the purifying light in every evil purging divine spear was personally sealed there by Yang Kai. Considering everything, this crusade was almost driven by a single person, transforming an idea into reality. How could the human Ninth Order old ancestors not value Yang Kai? This was why they had paid such a price to reach an agreement with the Dragon Clan to send him to the No-Return Pass. Even if he was invincible amongst his peers, the strength of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was still insufficient in the grand scheme of things. Only with his new ancient dragon form could he have sufficient strength to protect himself on the battlefield. Yang Kai still didn't know what price the ancestors had paid to obtain the chance for him to enter the dragon pond. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't say anything, nor did he ask, as it was meaningless to do so. Killing more of the Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield was the best way to repay the Ninth Order masters. Yang Kai once again began sealing the purifying light into the evil purging divine spears. He had already sealed purifying light in a lot of spears, but more had been amassed over the years. Now that the crusade was imminent, it was naturally better to have as many of these spears as possible to deal with the feudal lords and territory lords. Almost all the artifact refiners of the other Great Passes had toiled hard to refine these spears and send them to Great Evolution Pass. After having sealed the purifying light, Yang Kai sent batches of these spears back. While Yang Kai had his hands full, the soldiers of Great Evolution Pass were not idle. Currently, A large number of universe worlds had been gathered at the periphery of Great Evolution Pass, and tens of thousands of soldiers were mining resources without rest. If a war broke out, these calm and peaceful days would come to an end. Naturally, they had to take advantage of this opportunity to accumulate more resources. Time slowly passed by. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. Outside Great Evolution Pass, the members of the Dawn Squad were bustling about on a universe world, including Yang Kai. Yang Kai was already finished with the accumulated evil-purging divine spears 2 months ago, but he hadn't gone to rest and had instead come over to help. If they were to send him even more evil-purging divine spears later, he would naturally seal purifying light after they had reached a certain amount. Suddenly, a staggering aura welled up from inside Great Evolution Pass. Even though it was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, this aura was still majestic and imposing. The aura belonged to none other than the old ancestor. All the busy people instantly stopped whatever they were doing and looked towards Great Evolution Pass. On the other side, old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice rang out clearly, "Great Evolution Army, gather inside the pass." After relaying the orders, the aura disappeared as if it had never existed. Yang Kai looked at the nearby Shin Ao as his expression slightly changed. Shin Ao let out a long sigh. "It's time." Yang Kai slightly nodded in agreement. The crusade was about to begin. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted, leading his squad towards Great Evolution Pass. In the void, the other squads who were mining the universe world also started gathering towards Great Evolution Pass like birds returning to their nest. In less than an hour, tens of thousands of Great Evolution soldiers had gathered in the central square before the Monument of Heroes. Although a staggering amount of people had gathered here, not a single sound could be heard. There was only a deafening silence and a fearsome aura permeating the square. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao happened to be standing right before everyone, dressed in plain clothes. On her left was the Eastern Army Commander Xiang Shan and the Western Army Commander Lu Zhiping. On her right was the Southern Army Commander Ouyang Lai and the Northern Army Commander Mi Jingluan. Behind them were the 8th Order Division commanders. There were a total of 74 people. Originally, there were 73, but Su Linggong had advanced to the 8th Order 200 years ago, so now there was one more. It might seem like a lot, but one had to remember that when the Great Evolution Army was first established, the 4 armies had a total of over 60,000 soldiers and 128th Order Masters. To retake Great Evolution Pass, dozens of 8th Order Masters had died, and nearly half of the Great Evolution Army soldiers below the 8th Order had fallen. Over the past 30,000 years, besides the day Great Evolution Pass was breached, the casualties suffered in the war to regain Great Evolution Pass were undoubtedly the highest and most tragic. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5335, Reconnaissance Duty. Every battle with the Black Ink Clan was extremely dangerous. This war was related to survival of the two races, so everyone had a reason to kill the enemy. Right then, old ancestor Xiao Zhao's clear and sonorous voice reverberated from the forefront. More than 360 years ago, the Great Evolution East-West Army was established at Wind and Cloud Pass, and the North-South Army was established at Azure Void Pass. The two armies marched together towards Great Evolution Theater, and after a lengthy war spanning over 150 years, we finally managed to regain Great Evolution Pass. Both armies suffered heavy losses, but all of their sacrifices were worth it. Retaking Great Evolution Pass means that the human race's line of defense no longer has any flaws. But retaking Great Evolution Pass wasn't our ultimate goal. It was just the starting point. Perhaps many of you have heard of a crusade over the years and have been eagerly anticipating it. Today, Great Evolution Pass is ready, as are all the other great passes. The Black Ink Clan has wreaked havoc on the Black Ink battlefield for countless millennia, and we humans have been forced to passively defend the various great passes all this time. Although we have paid a great price and sacrificed countless lives, we had no choice but to remain passive, incapable of going on offense. It is not that we did not want to, it was that we simply could not afford to. However, defending alone will not solve anything. Again and again, each generation has left the problem to the next, but it is our era now. Should we leave this problem to the next generation and let them take care of it? No one wants to see their children and grandchildren fight the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield, unable to see any hope of victory. Our ancestors didn't want this either. They already did their best, and without their persistence, effort, and sacrifice, we wouldn't be standing here today and speaking such nonsense. That is why we must embark on this crusade. We now have everything necessary to do so. We are born in a good era, because we will be the generation that completely eradicates the Black Ink clan. We will witness the end of this great war that has lasted for countless eons, and every single one of you will play an important role in it. This time, we will trample flat the royal city and slaughter every single enemy. Not one will be spared. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's voice gradually became louder as her slender figure rose high up, giving off a noble and majestic aura. Kill! Xiang Shan, who was standing behind her, shouted. Kill! The 8th Order Division Commander Master shouted in unison. Kill! 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 The voices of the tens of thousands of soldiers shook the world as the entire Great Evolution Pass was enveloped in a palpable murderous intent. Every soldier felt their blood boil and couldn't wait to find Black Ink clansmen to kill. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao raised her hand, and the battle cries instantly stopped. Her eyes swept across the entire army as she gently stated, "The dead cannot bear witness to victory. Only by surviving can we see the end of the Black Ink clan." Saying so, she bowed to the tens of thousands of soldiers. The several dozen 8th Order Division Commander Masters behind her also bowed. She was paying her respects to all the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves for countless years, also the upcoming crusade could be possible. Tens of thousands of soldiers bowed in return. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao straightened up and shouted, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The crusade has begun." Her figure flickered and disappeared. The other 8th Order Masters also quickly dispersed. Although old ancestor Xiao Xiao had said that they would begin the crusade today, Great Evolution Pass was still quite far from the royal city, so it would take some time for them to reach there. When the Great Evolution East-West Army retreated from the royal city towards Great Evolution Pass, it took them a full month to return, and that was traveling in a straight line without any kind of obstructions. Just as Yang Kai was about to take a step forward, a voice suddenly called out to him, causing him to turn his head and nod slightly. After instructing the people from the dawn to leave, Yang Kai made his way to the Eastern Army headquarters. The one who had sent him a transmission just now was Xiang Shan. Yang Kai wasn't the only one summoned. There were several others as well. Old Turtle Squad Leader, Chai Fong, Profound Wind Squad Leader, Ma Gao, Snow Wolf Squad Leader, Yao Kongcheng. Counting Yang Kai's Dawn Squad, all 4 of Great Evolution Army's Special Operations Squads had been called up. Each of these elite squads possessed combat power that far exceeded other squads. Among them, the Old Turtle Squad was the same as the Dawn, conscripted from Blue Sky Pass, while the Profound Wind and Snow Wolf squads came from other passes. Be that as it may, they became members of the Great Evolution Army after being assigned here, no matter their origins. Yang Kai had cooperated with these 2 squads before. When the Great Evolution East-West Army attacked the Black Ink clan's rear, he had been ordered by Xiang Shan to head towards Great Evolution Pass in search of the North-South Army. After completing his mission, Yang Kai did not immediately leave and instead joined the North-South Army to block the Black Ink clan at Great Evolution Pass. During that battle, he had led these 2 elite squads to cut across the battlefield several times, breaking through the Black Ink clan's lines and scattering them into more manageable groups. In that battle, he had used Golden Crow Cast the Sun many times to open the path, killing countless Black Ink clansmen in the process. Ma Gao and Yao Kongcheng were extremely impressed by Yang Kai. They too were veteran 7th Order Masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to become squad leaders of Special Operations Squads. But they had never anyone as fierce as Yang Kai in their long career on the Black Ink battlefield. Although Yang Kai had rarely shown himself over the years, he had interacted with these 2, so he was no stranger to them. The crowd of tens of thousands of soldiers had already dispersed by now. Since the crusade had begun, they naturally had to make preparations to engage the Black Ink clan. Only the 4 squad leaders headed towards the Eastern Army headquarters. They looked at each other before Fang asked, grinning, "Can you guess why Big Head Xiang is looking for us?" The corner of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Ma Gao and Yao Kongcheng were even more shocked by Fang's address. Although the Big Head Xiang and Big Head Me monikers started from the old ancestor and had already spread across Great Evolution Pass, everyone only used them in private. There really weren't many people like Fang who blatantly used them in public. The old ancestor felt that Xiang Shan and Mi Jing Luan were both people with thoughts as vast as the sea, so they must have big heads. However, even if the old ancestor and Ouyang Lai could call them as such, the 7th Order Masters could not use such monikers freely. If Xiang Shan heard them, they would be in big trouble. Fang didn't take it seriously, however, and just stated, "Big head," is the old ancestor's praise for those two. What does it matter even if they hear it? As soon as he finished speaking, an azure hand suddenly stretched out from the Eastern Army headquarters, grabbing towards Fang. Fang was beside himself in shock. Just as he was about to dodge, an invisible force restrained him. The giant hand grabbed him and ruthlessly threw him out. Fang disappeared from everyone's sight, accompanied by his distancing scream. Yang Kai and the other two shot a furtive glance at the fading figure, but their expressions remained unchanged even after seeing this. They acted like they didn't see anything. Ma Gao asked, "Brother Chai asked a good question. Why did the higher-ups summon us this time? Brother Yang, do you know something?" In the entire Great Evolution Pass, not to mention the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, not even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would come into such frequent contact with the old ancestor like Yang Kai. So, if anyone knew something, it would be Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai just shook his head in response. "I haven't heard anything, but since all 4 of us were called here, it must be related to something only our squads can do. If I had to guess, they're calling us to scout out the route, spy on enemy movements, or something similar." Yao Kongqing nodded in agreement after hearing this. "That makes sense. I heard from my martial uncle that since Great Evolution Pass Core has been found, the Great Pass can now be mobilized. But even the old ancestor alone won't be able to move such a massive mobile palace artifact. At least 68th Order Masters would be needed to help her for things to go smoothly." 60? Ma Gao's face was filled with surprise. Right now, there are a total of 74 8th Order Masters in Great Evolution Pass. With 60 of them gone, doesn't that mean that only 14 8th Order Division Commanders will be able to move freely? That's right, Yao Kongqing nodded in agreement. Those 14 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters probably need to guard the pass to prevent any accidents, so the responsibility of scouting will probably fall on us. Brother Yang's guess should be correct. Yang Kai suddenly thought of another problem. Great Evolution Pass movement requires the combined efforts of the old ancestor and 68th Order Masters, so wouldn't it be the same for other passes? If so, most of the pass's strength will be greatly reduced during the crusade. If they run into the Black Ink clan army, they will definitely be thrown into confusion. There were currently 74 8th Order Masters in Great Evolution Pass, but that was because there had been 128 Order Masters when the Great Evolution Army was first established. Although many of them had died in battle, the number of remaining 8 Order Masters far exceeded the average in the other Great Passes. It was doubtful whether all the other Great Passes even had 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If so many Masters were required to drive the Great Passes, these 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to easily take action. For example, Blue Sky Pass, which Yang Kai was most familiar with. Originally, it had about 68th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but after transferring Xiang Shan and 4 other 8th Order Masters, it definitely did not have enough. He had only made a casual guess on why Xiang Shan had summoned the 4 squad leaders over, but by the looks of it, his guess might be spot on. An 8th Order Master could not be easily dispatched, but scouts would be needed to reconnaissance missions during the crusade. The Special Operations Squads were perfectly suited for this kind of mission. An army always needed scouts. Even when Great Evolution's East-West Army retreated from the Royal City, scouts still led the way. Not to mention, this was the human race's crusade. As they spoke, They arrived at the army headquarters of the Eastern Army. The one guarding the door was an old acquaintance, Xiang Shan's adjutant, Li Xing. When he saw the squad leaders arrive, he stated with a smile, "The army commander is waiting for everyone. Please go in." There was no need to report anything. A moment later, Yang Kai and the others saw Xiang Shan standing with his hands behind his back inside the army headquarters. A universe chart was floating in front of Xiang Shan. His divine sense happened to be surging as if he was studying something. Yang Kai and the others didn't disturb him. After waiting for a moment, Xiang Shan finally put away the universe chart and placed it on the table before speaking. "Your guesses are correct. I called you here because I want you to leave first and act as scouts." The corners of the trio's brows twitched. "How much free time do you have on your hands? You heard everything we were talking about on our way. Were you eavesdropping?" No wonder Chaifeng had been thrown out of Great Evolution Pass when he called out Big Head Xiang. On Great Evolution's side, the old ancestor and many other 8th Order Masters will need to work together to activate the core and drive the Great Pass. As such, not many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are left who can move about freely, and the few who can have their own responsibilities and cannot be dispatched easily. After much deliberation, we concluded that your squads would be the best to scout the way ahead and identify enemy positions. Yang Kai and the others nodded and cupped their fists. "Sir, please explain what we should do." Martial Peak, Chapter 5336, Great Evolution Pass sets off. Xiang Shan explained, "The goal of Great Evolution's crusade this time is the Royal City and the Royal Lord. In the last war when we retook Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan suffered heavy casualties, and the Royal Lord was severely injured. Right now, the forces of the Black Ink clan are basically all holed up in the vicinity of the Royal City, but because of old ancestors' actions these past few years, the Royal City's defenses have become extremely tight, so even the slightest movement will likely alert the Black Ink clan army. In this crusade, our human race's chances of victory are quite high. What we need to consider is how to achieve our goal of wiping out the Black Ink clan with the smallest losses, so we need to catch them off guard. What you need to do is very simple. First, you'll set out and scout the situation ahead. If you encounter the Black Ink clan, try not to engage them if possible, but if you do, you must kill them all. Do not let the Black Ink clan find out about the Great Evolution Army's movements. In this crusade, with Great Evolution Pass being mobilized, it would be difficult to not be discovered. This was not just a single warship or two that could use some kind of spirit array or some kind of artifact to conceal its movements. If Great Evolution Pass moved, it would naturally be quite grand and majestic, and it would quite easily be detected by the Black Ink clan from a distance. Once the Black Ink clan discovered Great Evolution Pass movements, they would be able to react in advance, and the Great Evolution Army would lose the element of surprise. That was why Yang Kai and the others needed to set out first. Firstly, to spy on the situation, and secondly, to eliminate any possible scouts of the Black Ink clan on the attack route. You don't need to worry too much about your safety. The old ancestors' actions over the past few years might have caused the Black Ink clan to go on high alert, but none of the territory lords dare to act rashly because the old ancestor has gone to bother them from time to time. The Black Ink clan soldiers patrolling outside the royal city will at most be led by feudal lords, which should be no problem for your squads to deal with them. The three nodded in agreement after hearing this. The territory lords didn't dare to show their faces, for they had no idea when the old ancestor would show up. If they were caught outside the royal city and ran into the old ancestor, they would die truly meaningless deaths. So, although the Black Ink clan had many teams out patrolling the periphery of the royal city, none of them were led by territory lords. Without a territory lord, the safety of the 4 special operations squads was guaranteed. As he spoke, Xiang Shan suddenly raised his head and glanced towards the door before lightly snorting, "Get in here." Chaifeng's head popped in from the outside, swollen and looking extremely miserable. Still, he walked in with an ingratiating smile and bowed low. "Greetings, senior." Xiang Shan ignored him and turned to Yang Kai. "Your space beacons will be very useful. You and other squads can use them to send messages. If there is any danger, you can also quickly rush to support one another." "Understood." Yang Kai replied. Ever since Xiang Shan came to learn that the old ancestor was able to rush to the royal city so quickly with the help of the space beacon, he had asked Yang Kai to refine as many of them as possible. The materials required to refine space beacons were fairly common, but only someone with high proficiency in the Tao of space could make them. In Great Evolution Pass, only Yang Kai was capable of this. It's going to take a long time to reach the royal city. All of you should rest for the next half a year before setting off. Yang Kai and the others nodded in unison. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai asked, Sir, I heard from the old ancestor that all the great passes will set out for the crusade. Did everyone discuss it beforehand? Xiang Shan replied, Naturally. If we want to completely eliminate the Black Ink Clan, all the theaters will have to act in unison. Just dealing with one or two would be pointless. The Black Ink Clan was born from the Black Ink Nest. Their reproductive ability was far greater than the humans. So long as one or two high-rank Black Ink nests remained, the Black Ink Clan would have a chance to rise from the ashes. To completely eliminate the Black Ink Clan, all theaters had to act together and eliminate all the high-rank Black Ink nests. There were differences in strength and distance between the Great Passes and the royal cities of each theater, so the individual crusades would also look quite different from one another. For instance, in the Great Evolution Theater, victory was already set in stone. The Royal Lord, who had yet to recover from his injuries, was simply no match for old ancestor Xiao Xiao. Even if he borrowed the power of the Black Ink Nest, he could only offer stubborn resistance. Without the Royal Lord in the picture, even if the Black Ink Clan had many territory lords, the human race had the evil purging divine spears. The evil purging divine spears were destined to shine in the upcoming war. However, in other theaters, the Black Ink Clan was basically at full strength, so some great passes were destined to have a tough battle ahead of them. Many people might die in this crusade, but if their deaths could bring eternal peace to the 3,000 worlds, every human soldier was willing to make that sacrifice. Xiang Shan told the four some more details before letting them leave. Not long after they left the army headquarters, the four heard a humming noise coming from the depths of Great Evolution Pass as it began quaking once more. Immediately after, many spirit arrays hidden in the depths of Great Evolution Pass began operating and started radiating with energy. The next moment, the pass that had remained motionless for countless years slowly started moving forward as if it was being pushed forward by an invisible force. Yang Kai and the others glanced at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. With Great Evolution Pass moving forward, the crusade had officially begun. After bidding goodbye to each other, they returned to their respective residences. Inside Dawn's courtyard, Yang Kai summoned all the squad members and informed them of the plan that would commence in half a year. Everyone instantly rolled up their sleeves in anticipation. Since they had withdrawn from the royal city over 200 years ago, they had not fought with the Black Ink Clan again. During this time, the supply of resources was abundant, allowing everyone in Dawn to improve their strength. Many of the Fifth Order Masters had regained their Sixth Order cultivation, so they couldn't wait to fight with the Black Ink Clan. Unfortunately, they had been busy overhauling the various parts of Great Evolution Pass over the past many years. After Great Evolution Pass had been repaired and reorganized, they had been mining resources. In other words, there had been no opportunity to fight with the Black Ink Clan. What was the point of simply increasing their strength if they couldn't kill the Black Ink Clan? Now, an opportunity was right before them. Everyone dispersed to rest and condition themselves. Yang Kai turned his head towards a certain room as a slight furrow appeared on his brow. Inside this cultivation room, Feng had been in retreat for many years and had yet to exit. No one knew what her condition was. Back when Yang Kai was making a soup out of the beef gifted to him by Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor at Dawn's camp, Su Linggong happened to come over and drink a bowl of it. He had heard that it was a gift from an old ancestor and suddenly received an epiphany. He used that opportunity to break through to the Eighth Order in one fell swoop. The beef soup was just an ordinary soup and had no special properties at all. Nonetheless, Su Linggong had a preconceived notion in his mind and felt that the soup was something mystical and the opportunity did not come from himself but was thanks to the soup. While observing Su Linggong breaking through to the Eighth Order, Feng Ying also gained some benefits and went into a retreat. It had been 200 years since then, but there had been no movement. This was also something that had been bothering Yang Kai recently. Upon arriving at the Black Ink battlefield, the first person he encountered was Meng Qi, but to protect the secret of the Void Corridor, Meng Qi had decisively committed suicide. Feng Ying was the second human soldier he had run into, and it was thanks to her help that he was able to gather a group of Black Ink disciples, restore their minds, and slaughter his way back to Blue Sky Pass. After the creation of Dawn, Feng Ying had fought shoulder to shoulder with him, sharing life and death many times over. Yang Kai was quite excited about the results of her retreat and hoped that everything would go well. But by the looks of it, Feng Ying's retreat did not seem to be going smoothly, otherwise there would not have been no movements for the past 2 centuries. Outsiders could not help her in this situation, though. Everything would depend on her own fortitude and fortune. Looking towards the room, Yang Kai heaved a light sigh. "Senior sister, the crusade has begun. If you don't come out soon, you'll miss it." Every soldier who had just entered the Black Ink battlefield learned that the Great Passes were really just giant mobile palace artifacts. But since ancient, these mobile palace artifacts had only served as the strongest defensive shields and had never been sent into battle before. Today, the tens of thousands of soldiers of Great Evolution Pass witnessed this magnificent feat. It wasn't just Great Evolution Pass. Over 100 Great Passes across the vast Black Ink battlefield set off on their crusade at almost the same time. It really wasn't an easy task to control such a massive mobile palace artifact. At least 1 Ninth Order, Open Heaven Realm, and 38th Order, Open Heaven Realm Masters had to be stationed at the core in order to just move it. It also needed 38th Order Masters to remain on standby. Its initial speed was very slow, almost as slow as a turtle's crawl, but the speed of Great Evolution Pass gradually increased with time. A month later, it had already reached the speed of an ordinary Dao Source Realm Master. Another month later, it was comparable to an Emperor Realm Master. Another month later, its speed was no worse than a low-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Such a colossus object could be said to be unstoppable when it started moving. Whether it was a big asteroid or an entire universe world, the Great Pass would smash through it like rotten wood. Another month later, the speed of Great Evolution Pass had reached its limit, about on par with a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. This was still far slower than the army's normal marching speed, but that could not be helped. At this speed, it would take at least half a year to reach the royal city. They had not encountered a single Black Ink clansman along the way. Just as Xiang Shan had said, the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater had been completely defeated and were now too scared to move out, concentrating almost all their forces near the royal city. When the speed of Great Evolution Pass had reached its limit, the Old Ancestor and the 8th Order Masters were finally able to have a bit of respite and restore their energy. They did not need to constantly use their strength to drive Great Evolution Pass core to accelerate the massive mobile palace artifact. Meanwhile, the tens of thousands of Great Evolution soldiers did not remain idle either. Many of the universe worlds in Great Evolution Passway had been smashed to pieces, and the resources in those universe worlds could not be wasted. In other words, the soldiers left Great Evolution Pass one after another to collect the resources from these shattered universe worlds under Xiangshan's command. After collecting them, they only needed to activate the universe transference law to return to Great Evolution Pass. Like this, they picked up a lot of materials along the way. It wasn't that Xiangshan was managing things economically and methodically, but rather that everyone had seriously underestimated just how much Great Evolution Pass consumed to keep moving. Great Evolution Pass had accumulated a massive amount of resources over the past few centuries, but now that it had truly started moving, everyone realized that the consumption of resources was too intense. Since there was a chance to collect more resources, Xiangshan would naturally not let this opportunity go, because once they reached the royal city, they would not be able to collect them. A few months later, the 4 Special Operations Squads were assembled at Great Evolution Pass Eastern Gate, comprised of a total of 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters, with nearly 40 in the 7th Order, making up 20% of the total. This was quite a magnificent lineup. Although there were many people here, no one was making even a single noise. All of them were just silently waiting. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5337, A Little Strange. At a certain moment, great evolution pass barriers parted and a gap was opened. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted as the Dawn's members, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed out. Following closely behind them were the Old Turtles, followed by the Profound Wind and Snow Wolf squads. After exiting Great Evolution Pass, the four squad leaders immediately summoned their respective warships as their squad members boarded and took their respective positions. The warships' arrays started humming before the four warships shot straight ahead, rapidly flying away from Great Evolution Pass, leaving dazzling trails of light in their wake. Although Great Evolution Pass current speed was fast, comparable to a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, it was still a colossal entity, so it had reached its limit. A warship, on the other hand, was different. No matter how slow a warship was, it would still be much faster than the current speed of Great Evolution Pass. The four warships did not immediately scatter. There was still some distance to the Royal City, so this location was safe. Since they would not run into any Black Ink clansmen yet, there was no need to disperse. To carry out this mission, each warship had undergone a certain degree of modification, which greatly enhanced their stealth and mobility. Many offensive arrays were sacrificed for this. Yang Kai was standing on the deck of the Dawning Light with the universe chart in his hand, checking the direction and leading the other three warships. Originally, the human race universe charts didn't include the topography of Great Evolution Theater. After all, the Black Ink Clan had occupied Great Evolution Pass for 30,000 years, so no one knew about the exact situation of Great Evolution Theater. But as a matter of course, as the Great Evolution East-West Army invaded the Black Ink Clan's territory on their way to the Royal City, and then on their way back to Great Evolution Pass, the chart masters accompanying the army were able to create a new universe chart that would be of great use in the upcoming crusade. At maximum speed, it wouldn't take long for the warships to reach the Royal City, but they were not aiming solely for speed, as their job was to maintain a certain lead on the Great Pass to provide reconnaissance information. The Black Ink Clan was currently terrified of the sudden and elusive intrusion of the old ancestor, so no territory lord dared to wander outside the Royal City. At the same time, the defenses of the Royal City had become extremely tight because of the old ancestor's constant harassment. The Black Ink Clan's surveillance range should be half a month's distance away from the Royal City at the Great Pass current speed. In other words, the four scouting squads should encounter the Black Ink Clan soldiers monitoring the vicinity of the Royal City within a month and a half if they maintained a 2-month lead on Great Evolution Pass. After sending a Divine Sense transmission to Chaifeng and the other two squad leaders, informing the three about the situation, all three of them nodded in response. The following journey remained uneventful. During this time, all the members of the squad, except those who were responsible for maintaining the ship systems, were quietly cultivating. A month and a half later, Chaifeng's voice suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears. "Brother Yang, it's time." The meditating Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes and stared deep into the void before slightly nodding. "Everyone, just shout if you run into trouble. Don't try to be a hero. The old ancestor is right behind us. If we win this battle, we won't have to worry about anything. I hope that I will see all of you at the celebration banquet where we will drink till we pass out." Ma Gao laughed. Yao Kongqing added, "I have a few jars of fine wine that have been fermenting for 1,000 years. We'll drink them together at the celebration banquet." "You're making me thirsty." Chaifeng smacked his lips. Everyone broke into laughter. "Disperse," Yang Kai shouted as the four warships quickly scattered. At the same time, the illusion arrays on each warship were activated. If they wanted to hide themselves, illusion arrays were the easiest and the most convenient method. Illusion arrays personally set up by the Array Great Grandmasters of the Great Pass were more than enough to hoodwink the eyes and ears of the Black Ink Clan patrols. Although nothing had physically changed about the current dawning light, if one wasn't close and didn't look carefully enough, they would only see an asteroid floating in the void. Countless asteroids were floating about in the void, so why would the Black Ink Clan pay attention to one more? Dawning Light kept moving forward at a steady pace. After 10 days, a slight furrow appeared on Yang Kai's brow as he stared into the dark void ahead. The situation was indeed as the old ancestor had stated. For the past 200 years, the Black Ink clan had been trying their best to create a defensive line, fearing that the humans would once again invade the royal city. The Black Ink clan had suffered heavy losses in the last war, and even the royal lord had suffered serious injuries which had yet to heal. Thus, the Black Ink clan did not want to fight the humans again. If it was possible, they would rather give up the royal city and seek refuge in another theater. At the very least, it would not be so vexing. But that was impossible. The royal lord's Black Ink nest was at the royal city. Giving up the royal city was equivalent to giving up the high-rank Black Ink nest. As far as the Black Ink clan was concerned, the high-rank Black Ink nests were their very root and foundation. How could they give one up so easily? So, they had elected to establish a defensive perimeter in order to block any human offensive, and the way they did so was extremely simple. By spending an inordinate amount of resources, they had spawned many Black Ink nests and then used those nests to produce a massive amount of Black Ink strength to fill the space around the royal city. Regardless of what method the humans could use to deal with the corruption of Black Ink strength, so long as the humans were within the range of Black Ink strength, the Black Ink clan would always have an advantage. One had to admit that although this method was expensive and time-consuming, it was quite effective. At the very least, after over 2 centuries of hard work, the distance which would need 10 days to reach the royal city had been filled with the Black Ink strength. Furthermore, the Black Ink strength was denser, the closer it was to the royal city. The Black Ink clan was like a fish in the water in such an environment, whereas it was anything but easy for the humans. The dawning light was about a month's journey from the royal city, but they were still able to see the billowing pitch-black darkness in the void ahead. This was the result of the Black Ink clan's efforts over the last 2 centuries. Because the old ancestor often came to the Black Ink clan territory to harass them, she was well aware of this situation. She had also killed a few Black Ink clansmen who had left the royal city to arrange things, but her killing had not produced much effect. Even if the old ancestor killed a group of Black Ink clansmen, the Black Ink clan would just send another team, and the old ancestor couldn't just remain here. Yang Kai furrowed his brow at the sight before him. This environment was extremely unfavorable for the human race. Although the humans would not fear the corruption of Black Ink strength as long as they were inside a warship, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters still needed to go out to fight effectively. Even if they took purifying Black Ink pills in advance, the effects would be greatly reduced if they remained in such an environment for an extended period. Once the effects of the purifying Black Ink pill expired, things would turn dangerous for the humans. Be that as it may, the humans didn't have much of a choice in the face of such a situation. The only option they had left was to use Great Evolution Pass to launch a lightning-fast attack and eliminate the Black Ink clan as rapidly as possible. How many human masters would die in such a reckless battle? Yang Kai had no idea, nor did he want to think about it. Any sacrifice was worth it to destroy the Black Ink clan once and for all, but the fewer the sacrifices necessary, the better. Silently, dawning light sailed through the void and entered the region filled with Black Ink strength. This was the outermost ring of the Black Ink clan's defensive perimeter. Black Ink strength here wasn't very rich, but so long as the Black Ink clan had sufficient time and invested enough resources, this outer ring would become the inner ring. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that Great Evolution Pass had only been preparing for 2 centuries before setting off for the crusade. If they had delayed a few more 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the upcoming war would surely be multiple times more difficult. The moment dawning light entered the region covered in Black Ink strength, a pair of eyes from over 10 million kilometers away looked over. They belonged to a feudal lord, and after gazing in the dawning light's direction for a moment, he waved his hand. Immediately after, a high-rank Black Ink clansman stepped forward. "Sir Feudal Lord, there's something strange over there. Something entered the defense perimeter. Go investigate." An aggrieved look immediately appeared on the high-rank clansman's face as his heart started rapidly pounding in fear. This wasn't surprising, though, as the human old ancestor had been coming over quite frequently as of late. Would death not be certain if they were to run into her while checking out the situation? Nonetheless, as a subordinate of the feudal lord, he didn't dare refuse the latter's orders. However, he didn't go alone to investigate. Although it would not matter how many went if they really encountered the old ancestor, it was still better than going alone. After a while, the high-rank Black Ink clansmen led a dozen or so others and flew in the direction pointed out by the feudal lord. The team led by the high-rank Black Ink clansmen traveled a few million kilometers. Yang Kai had already noticed them rushing over a few moments ago. It was not that Yang Kai was trying to investigate, but rather he could feel the energy fluctuations coming towards them, and they were getting stronger and stronger as more time passed. Since Yang Kai and the others were here to act as scouts, they would naturally conceal themselves and keep a sharp lookout. On top of that, no one in Dawn was actively using their divine sense to scan their surroundings to prevent revealing themselves. Everyone on Dawning Light held their breaths. The team of a dozen or so Black Ink clansmen stopped a few thousand kilometers away from the Dawning Light, and the leading Black Ink clansman carefully observed them for a moment before the tension left his face. To his relief, it was just an asteroid, and not the old ancestor. After confirming the situation, he had no intention of approaching to investigate further. After all, this had happened quite frequently over the years. The asteroids and universe fragments drifting through the void had no set pattern and would cross the defensive line every now and then. After having confirmed that there were no problems, the high-rank Black Ink clansman waved his hand and led his team back. The members of the Dawn immediately breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of their departure. The high-rank Black Ink clansman might not be that strong, and his eyesight might not be that sharp, so if they stayed calm, it was possible he wouldn't see through the illusion array's disguise. As long as he attacked Dawning Light, though, they would have been immediately exposed. Fortunately, the high-rank Black Ink clansman didn't seem to be the diligent type, which allowed Dawning Light to avoid detection. Shin Ao stated via transmission, "Squad leader, there's something strange about this." Yang Kai nodded in agreement. It was indeed a little strange. Dawning Light had just crossed the Black Ink clan's defense perimeter, but the Black Ink clan had immediately set out to investigate. There was no way this was just a coincidence. If it wasn't a coincidence, though, could it be that the defensive perimeter made up of the Black Ink strength also served as a detection net? Was the Black Ink clan able to sense anything that entered a specific range? The old ancestor had never mentioned anything about this, so Yang Kai could not say for certain. Of course, this wasn't the old ancestor's fault. Every time she came here, she would head straight for the royal city. So how could she have the time to pay attention to such minor details? What's more, even if the Black Ink clan patrols detected the old ancestor, the first thing they would do is run, not come to investigate. Since the Black Ink clan had arrived as soon as the Dawning Light crossed the Black Ink clan's defensive line, it would not hurt to be extra careful. Dawning Light's arrays were already operating at their lowest strength to prevent exposing themselves. Their original plan was to dive deeper into the Black Ink clan's territory and spy on their movements, but after this event, Yang Kai promptly ordered to change the Dawning Light's direction and continue moving forward at a reduced speed. He wanted to know if everything that had happened was just a coincidence, or if the Black Ink clan had detected their intrusion. If it was just a coincidence, then it would be a one-off instance, but if they did detect their intrusion, then the 4 scouting squads would only be able to play a limited role. After all, so long as they entered a certain range, the Black Ink clan would be able to detect them. Dawn was already lucky enough to avoid exposure once, so Yang Kai didn't dare bet the life and death of his squad members on something as uncontrollable as luck. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5338, It's Not a Coincidence. Dawning Light continued drifting forward, silently and stealthily. Although they were still at the edge of the enemy defense perimeter, they would still occasionally encounter a few patrolling Black Ink clansmen. All of these patrols were led by feudal lords with a dozen or so lower-rank Black Ink clansmen following them. Judging by this, it was quite apparent how much importance the Black Ink clan attached to this defensive line, and how afraid they were of some human master breaking into it. The more this was the case, the more it showed that the Black Ink clan was at the end of its rope. Since ancient times until now, when had the Black Ink clan ever been so passive on the Black Ink battlefield? They had always been the ones attacking the Great Passes on a large scale. Even if they suffered heavy casualties, they would quickly refill their ranks and make a comeback within a few decades. Every time, The humans warded off the Black Ink clan, but only after painstaking efforts and sacrificing countless lives. Generation after generation, elites were sent from the 3,000 worlds to the Black Ink battlefield, but they barely managed to hold the line. Now, the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Theater no longer had the capital to act arrogantly. This was the dawn of humanity's victory, the glory of Great Evolution Pass. About half a day later, another team of Black Ink clansmen flew towards Dawning Light, but they left soon after a brief investigation and finding nothing unusual. Yang Kai and Shun Ao, who were standing on the deck, looked at each other with serious expressions on their faces. It wasn't just a coincidence. The Black Ink clan could notice any intrusion of their defense line. I did not notice anyone spying on us, so how did the Black Ink clan discover us? Shin Ao asked in confusion. Yang Kai thought for a moment before replying, perhaps it's because of the Black Ink nests. The Black Ink nests? Ning Qiji was confused. Yang Kai slightly nodded. Old ancestor told me a few things about the royal city. After the withdrawal of the Great Evolution East-West Army, there was nothing unusual about the royal city at first, but after a decade or so, the Black Ink clan began to set up this kind of defensive line. So where did the Black Ink strength come from? Naturally, it came from Black Ink nests. Bai suddenly interjected. I spotted 2 Black Ink nests from where we just passed by. Judging by their sizes, they should be low rank. Shin Ao was beside himself in shock. You can see them? Bai looked at Yang Kai and asked, Squad leader, you can see them too, right? The reason she could see this was because as a disciple of Divine Feather Paradise, she had to cultivate secret techniques in order to facilitate her archery skills. Yang Kai also cultivated special eye techniques. The secret techniques of myriad demons heaven were not inferior to those of Divine Feather Paradise, perhaps even superior in some aspects. Shin Ao and the others all looked towards Yang Kai with a look of curiosity on their faces. Yang Kai gave the confirmation, nodding, indeed. There were 2 low-rank Black Ink nests. Just as the old ancestor suspected, the Black Ink clan seems to have gathered all the Black Ink nests outside the royal city to set up a defensive line filled with Black Ink strength. Originally, there was 1 high-rank Black Ink nest and nearly 100 mid-rank Black Ink nest in Great Evolution Theater. Furthermore, there were a few dozen low-rank Black Ink nest under each territory lord. In short, there were at least 1,000 low-rank Black Ink nests spread throughout the Great Evolution Theater, and that was not even counting the high-rank and mid-rank Black Ink nests. Although a number of them had been destroyed during the Great Evolution East-West Army's incursion, that was only a small part. The Black Ink clan still had a lot of Black Ink nests remaining. Where did these Black Ink nests go? Others might not know, but how could the old ancestor who had attacked the royal city repeatedly not? The dozens of mid-rank Black Ink nests had all been moved to the royal city to be better protected. The Black Ink clan had no choice in this matter, as there was no safe place for the Black Ink clan in the entire Great Evolution Theater apart from the royal city. If the Black Ink nests remained outside, they were at risk of being destroyed by the humans at any moment. Furthermore, many more low-rank Black Ink nests were arranged in the periphery of the royal city, which were then used to produce Black Ink strength using large amounts of resources, creating a strong defensive line. In other words, low-rank Black Ink nests could be found almost everywhere in the periphery of the royal city. These Black Ink nests would constantly generate Black Ink strength, filling the defensive line and expanding it outward. Every time the old ancestor attacked, she would destroy many Black Ink nests, but once she made a move, her position would be exposed, and the other Black Ink nests were quickly evacuated. Dawning Light entered the range of 2 different low-rank Black Ink nests, and they were detected every time. So, it was obvious that the Black Ink strength did serve as a monitoring tool. Perhaps the feudal lord in charge of the Black Ink nest could sense when something came into contact with the surrounding Black Ink strength. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai ordered, inform the other 3 squads about this and tell them to be on guard. The current situation was a bit problematic. If they were lucky, they might be able to smoothly bypass the enemy patrols, but if they were down on their luck, and if one of the Black Ink clansmen who came to investigate launched an attack at them, Dawning Light would instantly be exposed. The illusion array set up on the dawning light only had concealing effects. It didn't provide any form of defense. Having received the order, Shun'ao quickly took out some space beacons and sent messages to Chaifeng and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai turned his gaze in the direction of the royal city. They were about a month's journey away from the Black Ink Clan royal city, so when Great Evolution Pass arrived, it would definitely be discovered by the Black Ink Clan. At that time, the royal city would quickly be able to gather its forces and prepare for the incoming attack. A month was more than enough time for the Black Ink Clan to prepare completely, whereas Great Evolution Pass would lose its element of surprise. Was there any way to hoodwink the eyes and ears of the Black Ink Clan? The only way to do so would be to take down some of the black ink nests in the outer ring without being discovered. It would be difficult, but not impossible. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai ordered, "Carefully retreat from here and follow along the edge of the defensive line." He planned to first investigate the situation of the Black Ink Clan's defensive line. The defensive line built using many black ink nests might have appeared like one enormous wall, but in reality, it was bloated and uneven, so there may be some flaws. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to withdraw was because he did not want to intrude into any black ink nest domains anymore. After all, they would be investigated every time they entered a new detection range. They might have been lucky so far, but each new inspection increased the risk of getting caught. Under the prudent control of the Dawn Squad's members, Dawning Light drifted through the Black Ink Clan's defensive line and retreated. Once they were out of danger, Shun'ao reported in a low voice. The other squads have replied back. The Old Turtle Squad and Profound Wind Squad had the same idea and have withdrawn from the defensive line to search for a gap to infiltrate. On the other hand, the Snow Wolves Squad said they want to go deeper. Deeper? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Shun'ao nodded in response. Brother Yao said that since the black ink nests are all placed on the outer ring to build the defensive line, once the defensive line is pushed outward, the black ink nests would definitely move along with it. In other words, there are no black ink nests in the inner ring. No feudal lords should be guarding the inner perimeter, which would make it safer to set up a reconnaissance position. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before replying, "That may be so, but the black ink strength in the depths of the defensive line is also denser, and many Black Ink Clan squads should be patrolling that zone, so it's not necessarily safer than the periphery. If we get caught in the periphery, we can still find a chance to escape, but if we get caught deeper inside, the consequences would be dire." It had also crossed his mind, but as a scout of the main army, Yang Kai naturally had to prioritize keeping Great Evolution Pass movements a secret. Eliminating the Black Ink Clan's eyes and ears, increasing the chances of Great Evolution Pass surprise attack being successful was the appropriate choice. Still, they might be able to obtain more information if they ventured deeper. "Can you still contact him?" Yang Kai asked. Shun'ao denied, shaking his head. Brother Yao has already cut off contact. Although the disturbance caused by their communication was extremely small, if a master happened to be nearby, they might notice it. Since Yao Kongcheng was leading the Snow Wolves squad deeper into the enemy defense line, he would naturally not contact Yang Kai and the others. The safest choice would be to keep the space beacon in his space ring to avoid any possible mistakes. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Still, Yao Kongcheng must have his own plans, so Yang Kai didn't object. In any case, the other party was a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Furthermore, there were 4 squads present, 3 of which were on the periphery, so entering the inner circle was indeed a better use of their resources. Be that as it may, Yang Kai had originally wanted to discuss with the others about letting Dawning Light scout the inner region. After all, he was proficient in the Tao of Space, so if they got caught, he could take the cultivators under 7th Order into his small universe to escape. Dawn had better chances of escaping if they ran into trouble than any other squad. Now that the Snow Wolves had severed contact, though, Yang Kai had no choice but to give up on this idea. All he could do now was hope that everything went smoothly. Yao Kongcheng was indeed right. All the low-rank black ink nests were arranged at the periphery to act as detectors. So, even though the black ink strength was denser in the inner region, it would be easier to sneak around. At the very least, the feudal lords managing the black ink nests would not be able to monitor everything at such a distance. Perhaps they might gain something different. Yang Kai threw this matter to the back of his mind and focused on searching for flaws in the Black Ink Clan's defensive line as Dawning Light moved around the periphery. They did not have that much time, as they had only advanced a 2-month distance ahead of Great Evolution Pass. In other words, Great Evolution Pass would be arriving within 2 months. If they failed to take care of the Black Ink Clan's detection net by then, the surprise attack would be exposed. 2 months might seem like a long time, but it wasn't easy to find a gap in this massive Black Ink Strength defensive line. With the Black Ink Strength continuously spreading over time, the Black Ink Clan's defensive line was constantly moving outwards. Fortunately, given the vast area that needed to be covered, the outer edge of the defense line did not advance very quickly. Dawn did not encounter the Old Turtles or Profound Wind squads as it continued its search. The Black Ink Clan's defensive line was a huge sphere centered around the Royal City, covering a range of about 1 month's distance from the Royal City. Currently, the 3 squads, including Dawning Light, were moving along the outer arc of this sphere. The chances of running into each other in such a large area were quite slim. At a certain point, Yang Kai, who was attentively observing from the deck, seemed to have noticed something as he looked back. Much to his surprise, a large ship was flying straight towards Dawning Light from the depths of the void. Yang Kai's heart immediately leapt into his throat. Much to their shock and dismay, there was a Black Ink Clan ship out here away from the defensive line. If it crashed into them, Dawning Light would definitely be exposed. Even if it didn't crash into them, the Black Ink Clansmen on the ship might try to brush the asteroid in their path aside. At the time, Dawning Light would undoubtedly be exposed. Everyone aboard Dawning Light immediately looked nervous. Yang Kai signaled with his eyes and, in a flash, everyone secretly circulated their strength, preparing to attack at any moment. If they were fast enough, they might be able to eliminate the Black Ink Clan on the ship before the enemy inside the defensive line noticed anything. Of course, there was also a possibility that they might get exposed. But at this moment, they could only take a gamble. When they were just 100,000 kilometers away from each other, the Black Ink Clan ship changed directions, almost brushing past Dawning Light as it plunged back into the Black Ink Clan's defensive line. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5339. The gap in the defensive line? It was quite dangerous. It was not dangerous for Dawning Light to be exposed as Dawn was strong enough to eliminate everyone on the Black Ink Clan ship. However, once they were exposed, things would become complicated for the other 3 squads, especially the Snow Wolves squad, which was deep behind enemy lines. The Snow Wolves were in a very dangerous position, and once the Black Ink Clan started investigating more carefully, they would have no place to hide. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. But what puzzled Yang Kai was why there were still Black Ink Clansmen roaming about outside. Where did they come from, and what are they doing? With a flash of thought, his left eye turned into a golden vertical eye. Thanks to the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai's vision pierced through the layers of Black Ink Strength and followed after the ship. It was not just him observing, but he was also spying on the enemy, obviously having the same concerns as him. Under the watchful eyes of the two, the ship headed straight for the nearest low-rank Black Ink nest. When it was halfway there, they ran into a team of Black Ink Clansmen who had come to investigate the situation, whereafter they joined up and continued towards the Black Ink nest. Soon, the ship arrived before the Black Ink nest. A tall feudal lord walked out from the Black Ink nest and chatted with another Black Ink Clansman who came down from the ship. After receiving a space ring from the other party, the feudal lord nodded before returning to the Black Ink nest. The large ship didn't stop for long. After handing over a space ring, it turned around and once again brushed past Dawning Light before disappearing off into the void. Aboard Dawning Light, Yang Kai and Bai had seen everything clearly and looked at each other, exchanging glances. Bai voiced her guess in a low voice. Resources? Yang Kai nodded in agreement. It has to be. Shineo and the others, on the other hand, were all confused. A confused Ning Qiji immediately asked, "What are you two going on about? What's up with that Black Ink Clan ship? And why did it come out so quickly?" No one else in Dawn had cultivated a powerful eye-secret technique, so they couldn't see what transpired under the shroud of the Black Ink Strength. Bai shot a glance at Yang Kai. and seeing that he had no intention of explaining, she replied, "The Black Ink clansmen on that ship are responsible for harvesting and delivering resources. Naturally, they want to continue mining." Realization immediately dawned upon Shineo. The Black Ink clan must have consumed an unimaginable amount of resources to set up such a massive defensive line. Not only are these low-rank Black Ink nests in the periphery consuming tremendous resources, but even the mid-rank and high-rank Black Ink nests in the royal city must be consuming resources. Even if the Black Ink clan has amassed mountains of resources over the years, they might be struggling to make ends meet now. They must be sending these ships out to mine more. Bai nodded in agreement. The Black Ink clan must be sending out members to mine resources like the ones on that ship, and none of them are very strong. The Black Ink clansmen on that ship were basically all low-rank Black Ink clansmen, with a few high-rank Black Ink clansmen overseeing them. The feudal lords were all stationed near the royal city or in the defense line, so such a dangerous task like mining resources could only be left to the high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen. If the old ancestor really attacked, they would be the first ones to die. Why didn't we see them before? Ning Qiji furrowed in confusion. Yang Kai conjectured, the Black Ink clansmen mining resources must come and go in a hurry, and we've been traveling around the periphery, so it's not strange that we haven't seen them. If they had remained in one place to monitor a specific Black Ink nest, they would have seen many Black Ink clan ships returning from mining resources, but Dawning Light had been drifting about searching for flaws in the Black Ink clan's defensive line, so it wasn't a surprise they had missed such a quick exchange. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The Black Ink clan didn't patrol outside the defensive line, so the squads didn't encounter any danger. On the other hand, they saw Black Ink clan ships returning from mining resources twice. It wasn't until a month later that Yang Kai, who had been standing on the deck observing the defensive line the whole time, had a change in expression. The next moment, his left pupil turned golden as he focused his attention towards the interior of the Black Ink clan's perimeter. After silently observing for a while, he let out a long sigh of relief. At last, he had finally found a gap which he could exploit. Perhaps it was because the defensive line outside the royal city was too large, or perhaps it was because there weren't enough Black Ink nests, but the number of Black Ink nests were noticeably sparser in the defensive line where Dawning Light was currently at. In this spot, so long as he could somehow take down the 3 adjacent Black Ink nests, the gap would be wide enough for Great Evolution Pass to pass through unnoticed. Of course, Great Evolution Pass would need to coordinate with them. Otherwise, the nearby Black Ink nests would definitely notice such a massive object passing through. After all, the feudal lords weren't blind. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai took out a jade slip and recorded a message on it with his divine sense before handing it to Shineo. Send it back to Great Evolution Pass and ask them about their status. The position he was eyeing was different from the route planned for Great Evolution Pass surprise attack. It was slightly to the left, so if Great Evolution Pass wanted to attack from this position, they would have to change course. Yang Kai had no idea if Great Evolution Pass would be able to change course or not, so he first sent the message to ask. He would only take action if they could. Otherwise, there would be no point in taking down these 3 Black Ink nests if Great Evolution Pass could not come here. The entire plan hinged on Great Evolution Pass cooperation and coordination. Shineo quickly sent the jade slip back to Great Evolution Pass through a space beacon. Yang Kai had to wait a bit to receive the reply, a full 3 hours, in fact. Obviously, Great Evolution Pass side needed some time to calculate everything. Traces of Xiang Shan's divine sense could be felt on the jade slip sent by Great Evolution Pass, with the message reading, Great Evolution Pass can change course, but it will take a few more days. Be careful. It wasn't an easy task to change the course of a massive mobile palace artifact like Great Evolution Pass. It was completely different from the warships, which could nimbly and swiftly change direction with the coordination of a few mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The change in the course of Great Evolution Pass required the combined efforts of the Old Ancestor and many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. What's more, even making a small detour required a massive amount of space to act as a buffer. Fortunately, Great Evolution Pass was still a month away from Yang Kai's position at its current speed. If it had been even a bit closer, Great Evolution Pass might not have been able to cooperate. Xiang Shan's affirmation meant that his plan was feasible. The problem now was how to approach the Black Ink Nest and quickly eliminate the Black Ink clansmen guarding it without alerting the enemy. These Black Ink nests were only guarded by feudal lords, so destroying them was not an issue. The difficult part was how to prevent the Black Ink clan on guard from passing on the news. Communication between Black Ink Nest was far too convenient, and Dawn would inevitably be exposed once they took action. If they failed to immediately kill the feudal lords and seize control of the Black Ink Nests, word of the attack would immediately spread. No matter how convenient the Tao of Space was, it wasn't much use in this situation. After pondering the issue for a while, Yang Kai felt that he could only use the Black Ink clan's mining teams. He had seen these teams approach the Black Ink Nest directly, and with his current strength, so long as he was close and found his target, he could instantly kill the feudal lord in charge. He would need to take some risks, but they were still within acceptable limits. Under this command, Dawning Light slowly stopped and waited quietly. Yang Kai wasn't sure when the Black Ink clan mining teams would return, but as there were so many of them, one would surely appear soon. After about 10 days, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and stared off into the void. A Black Ink clan ship was rapidly approaching from that direction, and judging by past examples, it would enter the defensive line and transfer the resources to the Black Ink Nest. After observing the route of this ship, Yang Kai's divine sense undulated as he issued a command. The next moment, Dawning Light, which had remained motionless for more than 10 days, began drifting again like a rogue asteroid. In a flash, it happened to be blocking the way of the Black Ink clan ship. A high-rank Black Ink clansman was standing on the deck, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Fear was clearly visible on his face. This was not surprising as the human old ancestor had been attacking Royal City quite frequently recently. Although they were a fair distance from the Royal City, no one knew from which direction the old ancestor would appear. If she appeared somewhere nearby, they would not be able to take even a casual attack from her. As such, he would always be on edge every time he returned from outside. The reason the Black Ink clan mining teams came and left in a hurry was firstly because they were entrusted with a crucial mission, and secondly and most importantly, they were terrified of running into the old ancestor. In contrast, mining resources outside was relatively safe. At the very least, since they were far away from the Royal City and with no signs of the human army attacking, there was no threat to them. After observing for a moment, the high-rank Black Ink clansman breathed a sigh of relief. There were no signs of explosions coming from the Royal City, so the old ancestor was probably not here. Strangely enough, that old ancestor seemed to have calmed down quite a bit and has not shown her face for a while. Just a few years ago, she would come every 2 or 3 months. Rumor has it that the royal lord had flown into a rage over this, and many of his close aides lost their lives due to his rampage. He secretly rejoiced that he was not on duty at the Royal City. Otherwise, he would have to live a life of constant fear. An asteroid happened to be blocking their way, but the high-rank Black Ink clansmen didn't care. In the vast void, asteroids like these were fragments of shattered universe worlds and could be found everywhere. It was quite a normal sight. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan ships weren't very sturdy as the Black Ink clan's craftsmanship wasn't very good. The ships at most could be used as big flying artifacts, a far cry from human warships which were extremely sturdy. Even an asteroid like the one in their way could damage the ship if they simply rammed into it. While the high-rank Black Ink clansman was feeling faintly envious of the human race's ability to refine warships, he suddenly noticed something amiss. Gazing at the asteroid, he was surprised to find that it was constantly changing its direction. What's going on? Before this high-rank Black Ink clansman could figure out what was wrong, a cold and grim face suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't even sense when the other party had arrived. A human face? Enemy attack? The high-rank Black Ink clansman's reaction was quite quick. He realized what was going on in the blink of an eye, and instinctively raised his fist as he was about to shout. But the surrounding space instantly froze. His hand, which had barely twitched, was frozen in place. Not only that, an immense pressure came bearing down on him, under which he was unable to muster the strength to utter a single word. Immediately, a large hand covered his face as everything went black before his eyes, and he fell unconscious. The space around the ship vibrated, and by the time Shineo and the others arrived, all the Black Ink clansmen aboard the ship had been terminated. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5340, Capturing the Black Ink Nest. There were 3 high-rank and a dozen or so low-rank Black Ink clansmen on the ship, with the strongest of the 3 high-rank clansmen only equivalent to 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Taking care of such a force was as easy as breathing for Yang Kai. Dawn quickly boarded the ship, silently and stealthily. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and stored dawning light in his small universe before ordering, "Everyone below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm, enter my small universe." Saying so, he opened a portal to his small universe. Now that they had seized the Black Ink clan ship that was transporting resources, they would then be going into the enemy's defensive line to infiltrate the Black Ink nest. Dawn had a lot of members, 50 in total, so if all of them boarded the ship, they would be easily caught no matter how much they tried to conceal their auras. Having just the 7th Order Masters outside was the best choice. If they ran into trouble, the 7th Order Masters would be able to quickly escape. Everyone complied and entered the portal, following Miao Fei Ping's lead. Soon, only Yang Kai's group of 7 remained on the ship. Yang Kai quickly understood the structure of the Black Ink clan's flying artifact after a quick scan of it with his divine sense. The Black Ink clan's artifacts were refined by Black Ink disciples, so there was nothing special about it. "Take the pill," Yang Kai ordered again before everyone quickly took out a purifying Black Ink pill and swallowed it. With the World Tree clone in his small universe, Yang Kai was not afraid of the corruption of Black Ink strength, but the same was not true for Shineo and the others. Although a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could resist the corruption of the Black Ink strength for a short time by covering themselves with their own strength, they could not maintain such a state for an extended period. Additionally, resisting the Black Ink strength's corruption would greatly consume one's world force and also create quite an obvious energy fluctuation which would immediately expose them. The purifying Black Ink pill was the most effective way to prevent the corruption of Black Ink strength. Yang Kai looked at Ren Bingbai and stated, "Brother Ren, you fly the ship?" Ren Bingbai agreed with a nod, "In." Saying so, he turned and left, heading to the cabin. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he flew out of the ship, punched a hole in the bow and tore off a few planks before returning. All the Black Ink clansmen on the ship had been killed already, so they didn't have any way to disguise themselves. All he could hope was that the tattered state of the ship would attract the attention of the Black Ink clan and make it easier for them to act. On the other side, Ren Bingbai had already activated the ship's spirit arrays. The ship hummed as it flew towards the defense line shrouded in Black Ink strength and plunged into it. Yang Kai solemnly stated, "Everyone, conceal your auras as best you can. Very soon, a Black Ink clan patrol will be coming to investigate. At that time, I will restrain them and you will quickly kill them." According to his previous observations, every time a foreign body broke into the defense line, the Black Ink clan team from the closest Black Ink nest would be deployed to investigate. Of course, it was not an absolute, and there were exceptions sometimes, but it was true for most cases. While everyone was concealing their auras, Yang Kai did the exact opposite. Not only did he not converge his aura, but he began leaking a large amount of Black Ink strength. He wouldn't have been able to do this if it was in the past. Although his small universe had sealed quite a lot of Black Ink strength, it wasn't this rich. But now, there was a low-rank Black Ink nest in his small universe, constantly producing Black Ink strength and incubating the Black Ink serfs for the disciples of the Void Dao Temple to fight. It was now easy for him to emanate such rich Black Ink strength. All he needed to do was pull some from the Black Ink nest and release it. In the blink of an eye, the entire deck of the ship was shrouded in a thick layer of Black Ink strength, concealing everyone's figures. The ship rapidly flew forward, but after a moment, Bai suddenly sent a transmission. "A Black Ink clan squad is approaching." Obviously, the Black Ink nest had sensed that something had entered the perimeter and sent a patrol to investigate. Both sides quickly approached each other. Dawn's 7th Order Masters quickly got ready to attack. A short while later, The investigating squad of Black Ink clansmen laid their eyes on the ship. At a glance, they could tell that the ship was heading towards the Black Ink nest and Black Ink strength was surging from the deck. The leading high-rank clansman was greatly confused, though. He had no idea what was wrong with his fellow clansmen and why they were giving off so much Black Ink strength. Looking at the damaged bow, it seemed like it had been attacked by someone. He figured that they had run into humans outside. Otherwise, he was unable to explain the current situation. While they were still in a daze, the ship suddenly sped up and arrived before them in the blink of an eye. The Black Ink clan patrol was stunned, and before they could react, the surrounding space solidified as a tremendous suction force emerged from the ship. The Black Ink clan team was unable to control themselves and were all pulled towards the ship in a flash. What greeted them next was Dawn's Seventh Order Master's attacks. Although there were over a dozen Black Ink clansmen in this patrol team, since no feudal lord was leading them, they were unable to mount any resistance against the Seventh Order Masters of Dawn and were instantly killed. Without making any sound or leaking any aura, the ship continued flying forward, as if the Black Ink clansmen had never appeared. The disappearance of over a dozen life auras should have been noticed if there were any Black Ink clansmen nearby, but as the Black Ink nests were still quite far and Dawn finished everything quickly, and without leaking too much energy, they were able to take down the enemy patrol without anyone's notice. In any case, this was just the first step. The next test was to capture the Black Ink nest. If they succeeded in taking down the Black Ink nest, Dawn would have successfully pried open a gap in the Black Ink clan's defense perimeter, but if they failed, if they were exposed, all they could do was make a big commotion to attract the attention of the Black Ink clan and use this opportunity to warn the Old Turtle Squad, Profound Wind Squad, and the Snow Wolf Squad that was deep behind the Black Ink clan's lines to retreat. A short time later, the Black Ink nest was already faintly visible. The Black Ink clan had most of their troops defending the royal city, and the defensive line they had set up was so huge that almost all of the low-rank Black Ink nests had been used. As such, each low-grade Black Ink nest should not have too many feudal lords guarding it. Yang Kai reckoned that there should be 2 or 3 at most. Dawn had more than enough strength to take down such a force without leaving any traces. Yang Kai sent a transmission to everyone. Later, I will enter the Black Ink nest straight away, while you all deal with the Black Ink clansmen outside. I will also use space techniques to assist you. In order to cut off the Black Ink clan's communication with the outside world, Yang Kai had to enter the Black Ink nest and instantly seize control of it. Only he could do this. Shin Ao nodded. Don't worry, there will be no disturbances. Yang Kai nodded before looking ahead. There was a Black Ink nest ahead, and many Black Ink clansmen were gathered outside. One of them even happened to be a feudal lord. The other Black Ink clansmen also looked over, while the feudal lord's brow wrinkled in suspicion. This was not surprising, though, as the ship returning to transport resources seemed a bit strange. Its hull was damaged and its deck was shrouded in a thick layer of Black Ink strength, making it difficult to see inside clearly. Most importantly, the Black Ink clan team who had gone to investigate had not yet returned. It never crossed his mind that a human would even dare to enter this place, but he instinctively felt that something was off about this situation. Without waiting for the ship to approach, the feudal lord shouted, "Stop! Which team are you with?" Currently, the resources required by the Black Ink nests were all provided by the subordinates of the Black Ink nest's feudal lords. The royal city was not responsible for them. Not only that, but the royal city also needed them to provide resources. After all, every time the human race old ancestor attacked, the royal lord would have to use a large amount of the Black Ink nest's power to fight her off, so the consumption was enormous. Generally speaking, every feudal lord had sent more than one team to extract resources, ranging from 2 to 5 in total. As such, the feudal lord had no idea which mining team had returned, but he could confirm that they should be subordinates because his symbol was on the ship. Yang Kai, who was on the ship, replied in panic, "Sir Feudal Lord, we encountered a human race master outside and were outnumbered. The rest of my team all died in battle." Naturally, this was just nonsense to attract the other party's attention. As expected, the feudal lord's expression changed after hearing this, and he asked in fright, You encountered a human? The black ink clansmen around him also fell into panic. It should be known that the Great Evolution East-West Army had attacked the royal city time and time again, traumatizing the Black Ink Clan. Every time the humans attacked, the Black Ink Clan would suffer massive casualties. Since ancient times, there had never been a theater like Great Evolution Theater, where the Black Ink Clan was so completely suppressed and frightened. They used to look down on the humans as Great Evolution Pass was the only great pass the Black Ink Clan had ever occupied. They believed that the Black Ink Clan army of Great Evolution Theater was the most powerful Black Ink Clan army. That all changed a few hundred years ago, and ever since that war ended, the Black Ink Clan had invested everything into constructing a defense line of Black Ink strength to prevent the human race army from attacking again. But now even the mining team so close to the perimeter had encountered humans. Are the humans about to launch another attack? Will the Royal Lord be able to resist this time? Will Great Evolution Theater be the first to be conquered by the humans? For a time, many distracting thoughts flashed across the feudal lord's mind. Meanwhile, the ship was rapidly approaching.
Attack!
Yang Kai shouted as he urged his space principles, enveloping the entire region ahead of him. At the same time, his figure flashed past the Black Ink clansmen outside and rushed straight into the Black Ink nest. He wanted to find the feudal lord in charge of this Black Ink nest and take him down first. Under the imprisonment of the surrounding space, all of the Black Ink clansmen immediately went stiff, while the weaker Black Ink clansmen were fully immobilized. At that moment, an arrow silently flew out from the ship, almost keeping pace with Yang Kai. The arrow flew straight towards the feudal lord's chest, and if everything went smoothly, it would have pierced through his body and reaped his life. But in the end, the other party was still a feudal lord. In this moment of life and death, he somehow managed to move his body to the side just a little, so while the arrow still pierced through him, it missed his vitals. Damn it! Bai Yi ground her teeth. Her archery skills had already reached the realm of perfection, so it would have been a piece of cake for her to kill a feudal lord with a single arrow under normal circumstances. She had accompanied Yang Kai everywhere over the years, and countless feudal lords had lost their lives to her arrows. But she could not use any powerful secret techniques in this place, so the arrow she loosed was only able to display 70% of her power. She thought that it would be enough to kill her opponent, but contrary to her expectations, she had underestimated her enemy and made a mistake. Seeing that the feudal lord was about to shout, a cold glint flashed past Bai Yi's eyes as she prepared to fire a second arrow. Her arrow was extremely fast, so she would have ample time to kill the feudal lord before he could raise a fuss. But before she could fire an arrow, a sea of blood suddenly appeared over the feudal lord and instantly drowned him. Not only the feudal lord, but even the dozen or so clansmen around him were not spared. A thick, malevolent aura was emanating from the suddenly formed blood sea. Martial Peak, Chapter 5341, Can you stomach it? Although the blood sea was giving off an extremely evil aura, it was also extremely restrained. Just from this, it could be seen that the person controlling it was extremely skilled. In the entire Dawn squad, the only one who cultivated blood principles was Bloodcrow. Thus, only he could have cast the blood sea. This was the first time everyone had cooperated with Bloodcrow while fighting an enemy ever since he joined Dawn. That's why it came as a surprise that he was able to display such a blood sea. Though this technique gave off a skin-crawling aura, it was extremely effective. At the very least, the feudal lord and the dozen or so Black Ink clansmen who were trapped in the blood sea couldn't make a single sound. Bai Yi ignored all this and instead fired a few arrows, taking out the high-rank Black Ink clansmen who had yet to react. Just as she took action, Shineo and the others also attacked. They all rushed towards the Black Ink clan without using any secret techniques or artifacts to kill as quietly as possible. Inside the Black Ink nest, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he instantly arrived at its core. He was extremely familiar with the internal structure of Black Ink nests, so he knew where its key positions were. After looking around and seeing that the core area was empty, with no one guarding it, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that a feudal lord would be on guard in this central area. If that was the case, the feudal lord would have instantly sounded the alarm about the enemy attacking. Fortunately, it seemed luck was on their side today. After giving it another thought, it was not surprising. The main task of the low-rank black ink nests set in the periphery of the royal city was to generate black ink strength and expand the defense perimeter. The feudal lords of the black ink nests were surely busy at the black ink pool, so there was no point standing by in the central area. After all, what would they do inside the black ink nest space? Chat with other feudal lords? Without any hesitation, Yang Kai continued deeper, making a beeline straight to the black ink pool's location. Finally, he saw a feudal lord and a high-rank black ink clansman. The high-rank black ink clansman was standing before the billowing black ink pool, holding a space ring and constantly pouring various materials into it for refining. The feudal lord was sitting completely still near the black ink pool, his consciousness apparently linked with the black ink nest. The human race had done a lot of research on the black ink nest they acquired. Furthermore, Yang Kai was stationed in the vicinity of the mid-rank black ink nest captured by Great Evolution Pass for many years, studying its various functions and characteristics. As such, Yang Kai could tell that this feudal lord was controlling the black ink nest to produce black ink strength with just a glance. Generally, when resources were thrown into the black ink pool, the refined energy could be used in two ways for a low-rank black ink nest. First, it could be used to breed more black ink clansmen, and second, it could be used to produce black ink strength. If no one was present to control the black ink nest, then it would simply perform both functions. The current task of the low-rank black ink nest was to expand the defense line, so the only thing they needed to do was produce black ink strength. The moment Yang Kai barged in, it was the feudal lord who suddenly looked up before the high-rank black ink clansman could react. The next moment, Yang Kai's grim smile entered his sight. "You!" The feudal lord was beside himself in shock, but before he could get up, the high-rank black ink clansman next to the black ink pool exploded into a blood mist. Immediately after, a strange wave of energy swept over the feudal lord, freezing both his body and mind in place. In a flash, a spear pierced through his head, blowing it apart. Yang Kai put away the azure dragon spear and breathed a long sigh of relief. He had taken control of this black ink nest. It might have seemed simple, but any other 7th Order master would never have achieved this. To make the attack that killed the feudal lord, Yang Kai had simultaneously used time principles and space principles. Under the time principles, the feudal lord's thoughts became sluggish, and under the space principles, his body became stiff, rendering him unable to avoid Yang Kai's fatal attack. After scanning the black ink nest with his divine sense and confirming that there were no more black ink clansmen inside, Yang Kai exited it without any hesitation. When he arrived outside, he found that all the black ink clansmen outside were dead. All that was left was a billowing blood sea. As Yang Kai focused his gaze, a slight furrow appeared on his brow. "Help!" Suddenly, Blood Crow's voice rang in his ear as the blood sea parted, creating a passage. Yang Kai immediately flew along the passage into the blood sea. Soon, he saw a feudal lord surrounded by the blood sea. At this moment, the feudal lord was rapidly casting secret techniques to attack the surrounding blood sea, his body violently surging with black ink strength. While this feudal lord was pretty strong, Blood Crow could easily defeat him given enough time. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow him to drag things out, so he directly sent a transmission to Yang Kai, requesting assistance. Yang Kai raised his azure dragon spear and thrust it towards the feudal lord. The sharp spear broke through the barriers of space and pierced straight through the unsuspecting feudal lord. A fountain of black blood immediately gushed out from the feudal lord as Yang Kai pulled out his spear. Immediately, Blood Crow broke into a maniacal laughter. Yang Kai's expression instantly changed as he quickly retreated. Just as he withdrew from the blood sea, it strangely converged into a single place, transforming back into Blood Crow. The many black ink clansmen that were previously submerged in blood sea were nowhere to be found. Blood Crow, on the other hand, had a satisfied look on his face, even letting out a loud burp. A strange look appeared on Bai Yi and the others' faces at the sight of this. Yang Kai's expression became even more serious as he ordered, "Clean everything up and quickly get inside." At the same time, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Blood Crow by the neck, dragging him into the black ink nest. The black ink nest was pretty big, so Yang Kai quickly found an empty space and let dawning light out. Afterwards, he jumped onto the deck, towing Blood Crow by the neck. Blood Crow tried to struggle his way out, but he was unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. His face immediately became ugly as he shouted, "Let me go!" No matter what, he was still a senior to Yang Kai, so he found it disgraceful to be hauled around by the neck by a junior. "You're courting death," Yang Kai shouted, gnashing his teeth. "Do you know what you're doing?" Blood Crow gave a lackadaisical smile. "What do you think I'm doing?" As he spoke, Bai Yi and the others also rushed over and came to the deck in succession, staring at Blood Crow silently. As if he sensed everyone's attitude, Blood Crow lightly chuckled. "What's wrong? Are you feeling disgusted just because I ate a few black ink clansmen?" Shineo corrected, furrowing his brow. "Brother Shui, it's not like that, but—" "There's no need to explain," Yang Kai glared at Blood Crow. "I know you cultivate the great evolution immortal bloodlight scripture and can refine the blood essence of others to increase your cultivation, but the Black Ink clan? You've been on the Black Ink battlefield for so many years, so I don't think that you need me to explain it to you. If you refine the Black Ink clan's blood essence, can you stomach it?" Blood Crow indifferently replied, "If I can't stomach it, what would I have eaten all these years?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "This isn't the first time?" Blood Crow lightly chuckled as a sliver of black ink strength surged in between his brows. The Black Ink clan had blood essence which could be refined, but that was naturally filled with black ink strength. Refining blood essence also meant being contaminated by black ink strength. On the battlefield, the slightest mistake would lead to horrendous consequences. He could be corrupted by black ink strength and become a black ink disciple. Blood Crow indifferently rebuked, "Don't speak to me about the Grand Tao. This king resurrected for the sake of greater strength. Otherwise, this king wouldn't have died back then. The great evolution immoral blood light scripture is a wondrous secret art, and not nearly as simple as you think. It's not a problem to refine the blood essence from the Black Ink clan, and as for the black ink strength, there is naturally a way to resolve it now." The method he was referring to was none other than the purifying light. Not to mention that Yang Kai was right next to him. If Yang Kai noticed something was amiss, he would naturally be able to purify the black ink strength in his body. Even if there was no Yang Kai, the purifying light sealed inside the black ink purifying battleships would work just fine. This was not the first time Blood Crow had refined the Black Ink clan's blood essence. In fact, he had done so many times on the battlefield. Each time, he would find an opportunity to use the universe transference law to return to the purifying black ink battleship. Yang Kai asked in a serious voice, "Are you sure there is no problem?" Although the purifying light could purify and expel black ink strength, it was only effective against the black ink disciples who had been corrupted by the black ink strength. As for Blood Crow, he was actively refining it. Yang Kai couldn't be certain if there was any black ink strength hidden in him. "There's no problem for now," Blood Crow slowly shook his head in response. "If some problem really does present itself, just kill me." Yang Kai stared deeply at him. "I won't show any mercy." If it really reached a point where even the purifying light couldn't save him, Yang Kai would have no choice but to take his life. This was the path that Blood Crow had chosen, so he couldn't blame others. Blood Crow went around Yang Kai and headed for the cabin, wearing an indifferent expression on his face. Currently, apart from Dawning Light, there were only 4 purifying black ink battleships that had purifying light in the entire Great Evolution Army. If Blood Crow wanted to safely refine the Black Ink clan's blood essence, he had to do it in an environment filled with purifying light. Watching him leave, Yang Kai secretly heaved a helpless sigh. He had also mulled over this before. The Great Evolution immortal blood light scripture that Blood Crow was cultivating after returning from the dead was indeed a wondrous secret art, but it was equally evil. The user of this technique could only improve their strength by relying on their own cultivation technique, which was quite a slow and tedious process, or by devouring and refining the blood essence of the others, which was by far the best option for the users of Bloodlight Scripture. On the Black Ink battlefield, whether it was the Black Ink clansmen or the Black Ink disciples, both possessed quite a lot of Black Ink strength in their bodies, so refining their blood essence was quite a risky process. Yang Kai thought that Blood Crow wouldn't be so bold, but by the looks of it, he had underestimated his determination to pursue greater strength. But who did not pursue greater strength in this miserable era? Yang Kai was also like that. So were the members of Dawn, and so was the entire Great Evolution Army. Only with greater strength could one play a greater role in the battle against the Black Ink clan. Be that as it may, Blood Crow's method of increasing his strength was somewhat different from others. Now that it was already a done deed, Yang Kai couldn't possibly ask Blood Crow to spit out the Black Ink clansmen. It simply didn't work like that. Have you tidied up things outside? Yang Kai asked. Shin Ao reported with a nod. It's all cleaned up, but this way, it'll be easy for us to expose ourselves. There should be Black Ink clansmen outside the Black Ink nest, defending it. When Yang Kai used the Demon Eye of Annihilation to observe them, he saw that every Black Ink nest was guarded by the Black Ink clan. Now though, this Black Ink nest was completely undefended. If a Black Ink clan patrol were to pass by, they would definitely become suspicious. Should we put on a disguise? Shin Ao asked. Yang Kai refused, shaking his head. No need. If the Black Ink clansmen really come to investigate, putting on a disguise would be pointless. Furthermore, we don't have to maintain this position for long. Great Evolution Pass will arrive in half a month at most, so we just need to hold out until then. It shouldn't be a problem to hold out for half a month. What they needed to do now was to quickly take down the other two nearby Black Ink nests. When Yang Kai observed from the periphery of the Black Ink clan's defense line, he noticed that as long as he could take down these three neighboring Black Ink nests, an exploitable gap would appear. As long as Great Evolution Pass disguised itself a little and entered through this gap, they would be able to completely avoid the eyes and ears of the Black Ink clan and make it to the Royal City, catching the Black Ink clan off guard. Since everything had gone smoothly when they launched a surprise attack using the Black Ink clan's ship, Yang Kai planned to simply use the same method to capture the other two Black Ink nests. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5342. I'll leave him to you. There was still about half a month before Great Evolution Pass arrival, so Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to attack the nearby two Black Ink nests. What he was more curious about was whether the Black Ink clan's defensive line was really as effective as they had thought. With this Black Ink nest under their control, it wouldn't be difficult for them to verify this. Without any delay, Yang Kai arrived at the chamber where the Black Ink pool was and opened a portal to his small universe, allowing the Black Ink nest to absorb his world force and use it as a bridge to connect their consciousnesses. At first, he felt nothing out of the ordinary, but when Yang Kai immersed his mind and carefully sensed his surroundings, he felt his consciousness expanding. Not only had the Black Ink nest become a part of him, but even the surrounding void seemed to be within his reach. The range of his consciousness was the area filled with the Black Ink nest's Black Ink strength. Though the further away it was from the Black Ink nest, the blurrier his perception became. Nonetheless, he was able to detect a foreign body if it intruded into the region. As he had guessed, the defense line formed by the Black Ink strength did serve as the warning system. This was also the reason why the Black Ink clan sent a team to investigate them the 2 times they had approached to within a certain range of the Black Ink nest so quickly. Although Great Evolution Pass had seized a mid-rank Black Ink nest and had done a lot of research on it over the years, they had no idea that it had such a function. It wasn't that the people studying the Black Ink nest were careless, but rather that the humans had invested all their energy into spawning subnests. Why would they even think about producing Black Ink strength? For one, the Black Ink strength was highly dangerous to the humans. Even the low-rank Black Ink nest in Yang Kai's small universe only gave birth to the weakest Black Ink clansman and did not produce any Black Ink strength beyond what he deemed absolutely necessary. As such, Yang Kai was also oblivious to this function of the Black Ink nests. After carefully examining it for a moment and making sure he hadn't missed anything, Yang Kai finally relaxed somewhat. By the looks of it, the Black Ink Clan's defense line had two purposes. Firstly, it served as a detection net, so once a human broke in, the Black Ink Clan would be alerted, and secondly, it would create an advantageous environment for the Black Ink Clan to fight in. Over the years, the low-rank Black Ink Nest had been constantly producing black ink strength, enveloping the region around the royal city, making it difficult for human cultivators to enter this place. This was the Black Ink Clan's strategy to protect themselves. Correspondingly, if the Black Ink Nest's warning was only effective to this extent, then his previous plan would work. If he could capture the nearby Black Ink Nests, then a gap would appear in defense line. At that time, Great Evolution Pass would be able to pass through and charge straight at the royal city undetected. The Black Ink Clan probably hadn't even imagined that the Great Passes could be moved. The Great Passes had remained in place for countless millennia. Although they were strong and sturdy, they had only been used for defense, never to attack. Now, they were being mobilized for the first time ever. The humans would definitely be able to catch the Black Ink Clan off guard with this move. Furthermore, the influence of the Black Ink's strength on the humans would be greatly diminished with Great Evolution Pass acting as a barrier and shield. If someone was not able to withstand the Black Ink strength's invasion, they could simply return to Great Evolution Pass and recuperate. This was unlike before, where they could only rely on warships. Warships were constantly at risk of destruction, but if the Black Ink Clan wanted to destroy Great Evolution Pass, it would be extremely difficult. Suddenly, hurried footfalls came from outside. Yang Kai returned to his senses and looked towards the entrance. Shin Ao hurriedly walked in and looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Squad leader, Bai said that a Black Ink Clan team is approaching. How many? Yang Kai asked. That's surprising. We just seized this Black Ink Nest, and now a Black Ink Patrol is coming? Did one of the nearby Black Ink Nests notice the disturbance and come to investigate? Dawn was extremely fast and had completely suppressed the fallout from their attack, so being noticed was unlikely, especially since even the closest Black Ink Nests were quite some distance away, and there was a thick cloud of Black Ink strength between them. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for them to detect anything. I don't know. Shineo shook his head. Yang Kai hurriedly went out and soon arrived outside. The Seventh Order Masters of Dawn were hiding at the entrance of the Black Ink Nest, concealing their auras. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Bai waved at him and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai focused his gaze, using the demon eye of annihilation, and noticed a Black Ink Clansman was indeed flying towards them. Only one. In this place, where everyone moved around in teams of no less than a dozen, it was quite strange to see a lone Black Ink Clansman acting like this. Judging by the approaching aura, it was a feudal lord, and they seemed to be heading straight for this particular Black Ink Nest. Damn it! Originally, Yang Kai wanted to quickly capture the two nearby Black Ink Nests to prepare for Great Evolution Pass attack, but he had never expected such an unforeseen event to occur. Be that as it may, since this Black Ink Clansman had come knocking on their door, Yang Kai and his squad had no choice but to silence him. The occupied Black Ink Nest had a huge flaw, which was that the Black Ink Clansman here had been completely wiped out. With not a single Black Ink Clansman guarding this place, if the other party became even a little suspicious, he would very likely realize that something was amiss. Nevertheless, Dawn could do nothing about it. Yang Kai could not ask Shineo and the others to disguise themselves, as the difference between humans and the Black Ink Clan auras was too great. Their physiques also didn't match. Many Black Ink Clansmen did have humanoid forms, and although some were human-sized, most of them were far taller and imposing, with various warped shapes. Everyone thus held their breaths. The feudal lord quickly approached. What made everyone heave a sigh of relief was that the other party appeared to be completely oblivious to the capture of the Black Ink Nest. It did not look like it even crossed this individual's mind that humans could accomplish this. He simply approached in a seemingly casual manner. Soon, the newcomer arrived in front of the Black Ink Nest. The feudal lord examined it for a moment before curiously calling out, "Lord Bogao, why is there no one guarding this place? Where did your subordinates go?" Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he learned for the first time that the feudal lord he had killed inside the Black Ink Nest was called Bogao. Furthermore, This guy appeared to know him. This made Yang Kai curious about the purpose of the other party's visit. Yang Kai immediately had an idea as he replied in a hoarse voice. The defense line has been frequently intruded upon recently, so they have all gone to investigate. Sir Feudal Lord has his hands full with the black ink nest, so he is unable to reply. Sir, please come inside. He couldn't disguise himself as Bo Gao, so he could only pretend to be one of Bo Gao's subordinates. Presumably, the other party wouldn't be able to find any fault. And, as expected, the other party didn't suspect anything and simply walked towards the black ink nest. However, after taking just one step, he instantly retreated. Yang Kai cursed, gnashing his teeth. This feudal lord was quite crafty. Perhaps he really hadn't noticed anything before, but my reply gave him the confirmation that something was wrong. Or perhaps the absence of the black ink clansman alerted him, so he pretended to move forward before retreating. This time, Yang Kai was caught off guard. Fortunately, Yang Kai's reaction was extremely fast. With a single instantaneous movement, Yang Kai appeared beside the feudal lord and pounced at him. The next moment, the feudal lord who was about to retreat suddenly froze as Yang Kai's fist landed on his head, releasing a massive amount of world force. The feudal lord immediately felt dizzy. But this wasn't the end of it. Yang Kai got a firm hold of his opponent and began bombarding him with punches. The feudal lord felt extremely aggrieved. He was still a feudal lord, but he was being beaten to the point where he couldn't even fight back. Every time he mustered some strength, it would be dispersed by the other party's violent assault. A moment later, he spat out a mouthful of blood as all the color drained from his face. Yang Kai grabbed hold of this feudal lord and returned to the black ink nest in a flash before throwing him to the ground like a dead fish. Shineo and Ning Qiji glanced at each other, speechless. The squad leader has grown even stronger. Ordinary 7th Order masters couldn't easily kill feudal lords since both were in equivalent realms, let alone capture one alive. But Yang Kai was able to snatch up the other party like a helpless child. Although they were shocked, their hands did not stop. Seals were sent out one after another, isolating the black ink nest from the outside world. After a dozen breaths, the half-dead feudal lord slowly regained his senses. He shook his head and opened his eyes, only to see several humans glaring at him. The feudal lord was beside himself in shock. Yang Kai summoned his azure dragon spear with a wave of his hand and thrust it straight at the other party's eyes, arrogantly asking, "Do you want to live or die?" The feudal lord didn't dare to move and kept his mouth shut, sensing the azure dragon spear's sharpness. "If you want to live, then answer my questions and perhaps I'll spare you." The feudal lord's expression changed several times before he grit his teeth and snarled, "Forget it. You won't get anything out of me." He also realized that the other party had no intention of sparing his life. It was obvious they wanted to obtain information from him, but humans and the Black Ink clan could never coexist. So what if he gave them the information they wanted to know? After they were done with him, he would undoubtedly die. He might as well just commit suicide. Saying so, the Black Ink strength in his body started surging as he let out a low roar and he charged at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's spear nailed him to the ground as black blood flowed out of his wounds. Humph! Wanna die? Not so easy. He turned his head and shouted, "Blood Crow." Blood Crow appeared on the deck and condescendingly looked at the feudal lord. "I'll leave him to you. Get everything out of him." While speaking, he tossed the feudal lord to Blood Crow with a flick of his spear. Blood Crow's eyes lit up as his figure suddenly transformed into a billowing mass of blood mist that rushed towards the feudal lord. A look of fear appeared in the eyes of the feudal lord, despite being prepared for death. He wasn't afraid of dying. Otherwise, his attitude wouldn't have been so unyielding just now. However, there was a difference in the way one died. Although he didn't know what technique this human named Blood Crow cultivated, the appearance of this blood sea gave him an extremely discomforting feeling. It pulsed with a malevolent aura not inferior to the one given off by Black Ink strength. The blood sea continued swirling, without making the slightest noise. Yang Kai put away the azure dragon spear. Shineo leaned over and whispered, "Is it fine, doing this?" Yang Kai lightly snorted. "What can I do if he insists? Rather than letting him eat on the battlefield, I might as well let him have his fill right now. If there is no other choice, I'll handle it personally." As he was speaking, murderous intent flashed across his face. Yang Kai would not show any mercy if Blood Crow really got corrupted by the black ink strength. A moment later, the swirling blood sea converged and transformed back into Blood Crow's figure. The feudal lord who was surrounded by the blood sea was nowhere to be found. Blood Crow's face was aglow as he could hardly suppress the blood chi in his body. After devouring over a dozen black ink clansmen's blood essences, 2 of which were feudal lords, he was just barely holding on, somehow. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5343, Collecting Resources. On the deck, Blood Crow casually tossed 2 space rings to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught them and examined them. One space ring was quite ordinary. It didn't have anything particularly eye-catching, containing the normal amount of wealth a feudal lord would possess. The other space ring, on the other hand, was quite eye-catching. This guy was loaded. The second space ring was filled with all kinds of resources, enough to dazzle even Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai had already seen marvelous things and mountains of treasure before, he couldn't help but be shocked by the wealth of this feudal lord. The feudal lords he had met before weren't nearly this rich. Blood Crow clarified, "Those don't belong to him. The first space ring was his, and the second one was taken from the black ink nests." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai raised his head and asked. He had some guesses, but nothing conclusive. Blood Crow belched before continuing. "This guy came from the royal city and was tasked to collect the resources from the black ink nests. Let's put it this way. The black ink nests in the periphery belong to individual feudal lords. These feudal lords will send out their subordinates to mine for resources. A part of these resources will be used by themselves to produce black ink strength and expand the defense line, while the rest will be kept aside. The royal city periodically sends people to collect these remaining resources." Yang Kai finally understood the gist of the matter. Right now, resources were extremely important to the Black Ink clan. Whether it was for expanding the defensive line, or resupplying the mid-rank Black Ink nests, or even the high-rank Black Ink nest, they all required massive amounts of resources. Even though the Black Ink clan had amassed a tremendous amount of resources over the millennia, since they were trapped in the royal city, they had to find a way to replenish their reserves. And that source was the mining done by the Black Ink clansmen in the Outer Ring. No wonder the feudal lord suddenly came here alone. It turns out that he was here to collect resources. Judging by the items in the second space ring, he must have gone to many other Black Ink nests. "What else?" Yang Kai asked. Blood Crow answered, "There are about 20 or 30 people in charge of collecting resources like him, all of them scattered in different directions. As you know, the Black Ink clan's defense line is quite wide and quite a distance out from the royal city, so they need so many people to carry out this task. The territory lords won't bother to do something as tedious as this, so that leaves the feudal lords." Yang Kai lightly nodded. It was understandable. Moreover, this should not be the only reason. The territory lords were also afraid of old ancestor Xiao Xiao and had no idea when she would suddenly appear to attack. They would feel much safer in the royal city than outside on their own. If a territory lord ran into old ancestor Xiao Xiao while away from the royal city, they would just die in vain. Interesting. A grin appeared on Yang Kai's face as he suddenly thought that he could make good use of this opportunity. Originally, he had planned to use the same method as last time to take down the 2 adjacent Black Ink nests, but doing so entailed too many uncontrollable variables. Luck played quite a big role in them seizing this Black Ink nest unnoticed. If they played the same trick again and again, and for some reason, the Black Ink clan became vigilant, the risk of being exposed increased dramatically. But this new information had given Yang Kai a chance to employ another method. He could just pretend to be a feudal lord sent by the royal city to collect resources. Yang Kai turned to Shin Ao and ordered, "Send a message to Chai Fong and Ma Gao. Tell them to stop sneaking around outside and come here. Also, try to contact Yao Kongcheng and have them withdraw as well."
Yes.
Shun-Ao quickly took out some space beacons and sent the messages. Holding the space ring in his hand, Yang Kai started stroking his chin, pondering. When Bai Yi and the others saw his eyes darting around, they immediately understood that he was scheming something, so they didn't disturb him. Soon after, Shun-Ao raised his head and reported, Chai Fong and Ma Gao have sent their replies. They will arrive in half a day, but I still can't get in touch with Yao Kongcheng. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Yao Kongcheng's actions were bordering on recklessness, but since he could not get in touch with him, Yang Kai could only hope that everything was going smoothly for him and his squad. You guys stand guard outside in turns. Meanwhile, I'll keep on the lookout in the central area, Yang Kai ordered before entering the black ink nest. On the deck, Blood Crow patted his stomach before turning around and returning to the cabin as he still needed to properly refine the blood essence he consumed. A chill ran down everyone's spine at the sight of this. Half a day later, Yang Kai, who was keeping an eye out from inside the black ink nest, vaguely sensed a foreign body intruding the black ink nest detection range and immediately sent a message, having the rest of Dawn go on high alert. But shortly after the first disturbance, Yang Kai felt another body intruding on the defense line. Yang Kai knew that it was the Old Turtle and Profound Wind squads. As he had expected, a team of people stealthily made their way over shortly after. Their leader was none other than Chai Fong. Chai Fong was quite smart. He knew that the warship would be too conspicuous, so just like Dawn, he put away the warship and took everyone below the 7th Order into his small universe when they entered the perimeter. He only arrived with a few 7th Order masters. Bai Yi, who was guarding the entrance, had already noticed them and guided them inside. When he saw Yang Kai sitting by the black ink pool, Chai Fong couldn't help but be in awe. He immediately cupped his fist and congratulated, Brother Yang. This Chai admits defeat. Their squad had also been wandering around the periphery for many days. They too were thinking of taking down a black ink nest and hiding inside the black ink clan's defense line. But it was easier said than done. Although the Old Turtle squad was quite strong, it was still difficult for them to silently capture a black ink nest. On the other hand, Dawn had accomplished just that. Needless to say, Yang Kai deserved the most credit for succeeding in this difficult task. No one was his opponent in the same realm, so he could quickly crush a feudal lord, which was critical to moving about undetected. That's very kind of you. Yang Kai continued, please wait a moment. The Profound Wind squad will be arriving soon. Chai Fong lightly nodded and led his squad to Dawning Light. After thinking about it for a moment, he also let out his squad members from his small universe. Unlike Yang Kai, whose small universe had a robust foundation, his small universe felt slightly bloated after keeping so many open heaven masters inside. If he were to run into an enemy and be forced to fight, Chai Fong would have some trouble circulating his world force, which would lead to a sharp drop in his strength. Under such circumstances, he just might lose a fight he should have easily been able to win. The Profound Wind squad also arrived in a short while. Everyone had gathered except for the Snow Wolves. After asking around, Chai Fong and Ma Gao finally learned that Yao Kongcheng had led his squad deeper into the Black Ink clan's defense line. This made them feel a bit uneasy. Although there were no black ink nests in the inner ring of the defense line, and it might be harder to be detected, there was always a chance. If they ran into a large group of black ink clansmen, things could become quite dangerous for them. Nonetheless, things were out of their hands as they could not reach them. Without mulling over it much, Chai Fong went straight to the point. Brother Yang, why have you summoned us here? What orders do you have? Yang Kai answered, smiling, I don't dare to give you orders, but I do need your help. Ma Gao nodded after hearing this. Brother Yang, if there's anything you need, feel free to speak. Since we are all tasked with scouting, we should naturally help each other. Then I'll cut to the chase. It's like this. I've observed from the outside that, although the Black Ink clan is completely invested in constructing this defense line using the Black Ink strength, because they have expanded it too much too quickly, it's not very tight. As long as we can capture 3 adjacent Black Ink nests, we can blind the eyes of the Black Ink clan, and Great Evolution Pass will have a chance to quietly sneak past and head to the royal city unnoticed. While speaking, he tapped the floor. This is the first one. We will need to take down 2 more nearby, but Dawn needs to remain here in case anything goes wrong. So, I need your help to capture the other nests. Ma Gao and Chai Fong glanced at each other before nodding their compliance. The former added, "Since Brother Yang has summoned us here, surely he must have some kind of plan, right? What do you want us to do?" Yang Kai started explaining, "I do have a plan. Originally, I was planning to use the same trick I used to capture this nest, but now I have a better idea. Previously, a feudal lord came here." Next, Yang Kai explained what happened with the recently arrived feudal lord. Ma Gao raised his brow, collecting resources. Chai Fong was not all bronze and no brains. Rather, he was quite sharp, so he immediately understood what Yang Kai had in his mind. Brother Yang wants to disguise himself as a person collecting supplies and openly approach the other two black ink nests. Yang Kai nodded. Rather than sneaking around and possibly raising the opposite party's guard, it would be better to act boldly. Indeed, I'm sure that it would never occur to the Black Ink clansmen on guard that the person approaching them so blatantly actually had ill intentions towards them. Ma Gao agreed, but Brother Yang, there is still a problem. According to what you said, the one collecting the supplies was a feudal lord. If you were to disguise yourself, you can at best disguise yourself as a Black Ink disciple, which would still be suspicious. Yang Kai had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple more than once. Apart from him, no one else could do this because they did not possess Black Ink strength, but Yang Kai was different. His small universe even had a Black Ink nest inside, so it wasn't difficult for him to withdraw some Black Ink strength. Yang Kai explained with a smile, "About 20 to 30 people are collecting supplies, and I don't think that all of them would be feudal lords. If some Black Ink clansman asks, I have an excuse. So long as I can get a chance to approach the feudal lord overseeing the Black Ink nest, we'll already be halfway to success." For Yang Kai, the only problem was how to approach the Black Ink nest. As long as he could get close to the Black Ink nest without raising any alarms, the rest was easy. When he led his squad here, he had completely disregarded the Black Ink clansmen in the vicinity and charged straight into the Black Ink nest as he was afraid that the feudal lord in charge of the nest would sound the alarm. Fortunately, the other party was a bit lax, probably never having expected a human to be so courageous as to directly charge into his Black Ink nest. But Yang Kai couldn't place his hopes on the carelessness of others for the next two Black Ink nests. It was better to have everything under his control. The Black Ink clan troops stationed at every Black Ink nest were quite strong, with more than one feudal lord standing guard. Since Yang Kai needed to focus on dealing with the master of the Black Ink nest, he needed help to take care of the other Black Ink clansmen. Since Dawn had to stay here, he was left with no choice but to ask for the Old Turtle and Profound Wind Squad's help. "Since Brother Yang has considered things thoroughly, we will cooperate with you. As for how we should act, I hope Brother Yang has planned everything," Ma Gao quickly agreed. But of course, Yang Kai had formulated a complete plan and quickly explained it to them. Ma Gao and Chai Fong kept nodding again and again when they heard the plan. They found it to be quite feasible. It would be a piece of cake to take down the two adjacent Black Ink nests if all went well. In fact, if they had enough manpower, they could capture as many as they wanted. But if they captured too many, they might expose some flaws. So, it was not necessarily a good thing to take things that far. After a brief discussion, Yang Kai got up and stated, "We shouldn't delay. I'll leave now, everyone. Wait for my signal." Ma Gao and Chai Feng nodded before exhorting, "Brother Yang, be careful." Yang Kai waved and flew out of the Black Ink nest, heading straight towards the adjacent region. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5344, That day will come. Usually, a Black Ink disciple was no different from an ordinary human. So Yang Kai didn't need to openly use the Black Ink strength in his small universe to disguise himself. If he did that, he would be exposing a big flaw. Nevertheless, there was one thing he needed to pay attention to. The Black Ink disciples in Great Evolution Theater had already been cultivating for 30 millennia, so those who had survived had broken through their innate shackles. In other words, most of these Black Ink disciples had grotesque deformities. Yang Kai had seen many of these Black Ink disciples, and all of them had such characteristics. If he wanted to disguise himself as a Black Ink disciple, he needed to pay special attention to this. Fortunately, this was not difficult for him, as he silently moved the black ink strength in his small universe and gathered it on his neck, causing the flesh there to bulge, giving the impression of a tumor. At the same time, the black ink strength around him became richer and denser. Anyone who saw this would never imagine he was a normal human. Silently calculating the distance between them, Yang Kai crossed the boundary between the two adjacent black ink nests in just 2 hours, stepping into the adjacent black ink nest territory. Soon after he crossed the boundary, he saw a team of black ink clansmen approaching him. Obviously, they had noticed his intrusion and came to investigate. Yang Kai didn't try to avoid them. Rather, he made a beeline towards them. The opposite party became a bit vigilant, but after seeing the distant Yang Kai's appearance, the expression of the feudal lord leading the team relaxed. When both sides met each other, Yang Kai cupped his fist humbly. "Greetings, sir." Although the strength of a 7th Order Black Ink disciple was similar to that of a feudal lord, a Black Ink disciple's status was still relatively low in the Black Ink clan, so Yang Kai felt it was not a problem to call this individual sir. The feudal lord slightly nodded before curiously asked, "Are you here to collect supplies?" "Yes, sir," Yang Kai answered. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he was investigating the previous feudal lord's space ring, he knew that the feudal lord had already gone to many black ink nests. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many materials inside. Yang Kai was really afraid that the feudal lord had already been here. In that case, it would definitely be suspicious if another person came to collect supplies so soon after. By the looks of it, no one had come here to collect supplies yet. The feudal lord asked, a bit confused, "What about Zhou Ka? Wasn't he responsible for this region?" The feudal lord who was devoured by Blood Crow was apparently called Zhou Ka. The Black Ink clan had a very weird naming style. It was very archaic, quite different from the humans of the current era. They were probably influenced by the humans of that era. Yang Kai put on a forced smile as he gave an excuse. "Sir Zhou Ka said he had other matters to attend to, so he asked me to come here in his place." He then took a pregnant pause before whispering, "Sir also knows how the old ancestor is acting. What if?" He did not finish the sentence. He just assumed a look that said, "You understand it, right?" Hearing this, the feudal lord sneered. That guy really knows how to loaf around. Isn't he afraid of the higher-ups blaming him? To be honest, every Black Ink clansman in the Outer Ring was afraid of the sudden arrival of the old ancestor, and it wasn't like it had never happened before. Every time the old ancestor came, she would annihilate every Black Ink clansman in her path. They were setting up a Black Ink strength defense line, but the hidden truth was that they were also taking a huge risk. Zhou Ka was terrified of the old ancestor and didn't dare to leave the royal city. So, it was reasonable for him to order a Black Ink disciple to help perform his duties. "Follow me," the feudal lord stated before turning around and flying back. Yang Kai nodded before flying shoulder to shoulder with the feudal lord. Meanwhile, he also kept up with pleasantries, praising and thanking the other party for working hard these days. He was completely acting like a Black Ink disciples. The feudal lord was also apparently a talkative fellow. Seeing Yang Kai act so familiar, he also began chatting with him. But Yang Kai only spouted some useless nonsense and didn't dare try to obtain any information, lest he expose himself. After walking for a while, the feudal lord casually asked, "Which territory lord's Black Ink disciple are you?" Warning bells started ringing in Yang Kai's heart. He didn't know if the other party was testing him or just asking casually. The sudden question didn't give him much time to ponder either, so Yang Kai replied in a casual manner, "I am Sir Che Kong's subordinate." Che Kong territory lord's position was quite high in the Black Ink clan. During the last war between the Great Evolution East-West Army and the Black Ink clan at the Royal City, Che Kong was made the army commander by the Royal Lord, so it made sense for him to have many Black Ink disciples under him. It was hard to believe that this feudal lord out on the outskirts knew all of them. Even Yang Kai, who had spent so many years in Blue Sky Pass, did not know all the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass. After all, there were too many of them. If it was true even for him, the same must be true for the Black Ink clan. The other party must have casually asked, so as long as he didn't reveal too many flaws, it shouldn't be a problem. But Yang Kai had no idea if this feudal lord was familiar with Che Kong or not. Hearing Yang Kai's reply, the feudal lord couldn't help but look at Yang Kai, frowning. You are Sir Che Kong's black ink disciple? Why have I never seen you before? Is this guy also Che Kong's subordinate? I'll be damned. Yang Kai secretly cursed his bad luck. Originally, he had thought of using Che Kong's name, but now it seems that he had just picked a rock and smashed it on his foot. If this feudal lord really was Che Kong's subordinate, he would definitely recognize the black ink disciples under Che Kong. Noticing the suspicion in the other party's eyes getting stronger and stronger, Yang Kai immediately added with a sigh, I am Sir Che Kong's subordinate now, but I used to be Sir Zhicheng's subordinate. Zhicheng had died in the battle at Great Evolution Pass a long time ago, so there was no one left to verify his identity. As one of Zhicheng's former subordinates, since his master died in battle, Yang Kai would definitely have to submit to another territory lord. So you were at Great Evolution Pass? The feudal lord finally found it logical as to why he had never seen this black ink disciple before. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded his affirmation, now finding this feudal lord quite annoying. Had he not worried about giving himself out too early, he would have already stabbed his azure dragon spear straight into the feudal lord's mouth. Yang Kai's story might have passed preliminary scrutiny, but he kept his guard up, for there was a flaw in his narrative. As expected, the other party was not a fool, so a frown appeared on the feudal lord's brow as he asked. When Sir Hong Di led the army to retreat from Great Evolution Pass, he had an agreement with the 8th Order human masters at that time. Not only did he have to leave behind his own black ink nest, but he also had to leave all the 7th Order black ink disciples behind. How did you make it out of there? If Yang Kai had really been at Great Evolution Pass, it would have been impossible for him to appear here. Yang Kai explained with a sigh, we tried to break past the human army's blockade to assist the royal city multiple times, but we never succeeded. During the second battle, I was seriously injured and on the verge of death, so I had no choice but to find a place to conceal myself and stabilize my injuries. It wasn't until Sir Hong Di retreated from Great Evolution Pass and passed by that I managed to rejoin the army. He was bound to make a slip of the tongue if he kept speaking too much. A single lie would require more lies to cover up. If the feudal lord kept questioning Yang Kai was not sure if he could dispel his doubts. A look of sadness appeared on his face as he sighed. We fought many battles at Great Evolution Pass and lost countless territory lords. There, a 7th Order black ink disciple like me was just an ant. It's already a miracle that I survived. His words seemed to have touched the other party's heart, who let out a long, forlorn sigh. It was the same at the royal city, even Sir Royal Lord. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. The humans are still a great threat to my black ink clan, but sooner or later we will wipe them out. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. That day will surely come. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. Since the black ink clan wanted to exterminate the humans, why would they let black ink disciples live? The hatred between the two races was irreconcilable to the point that they had no hope to coexist in this vast universe. The feudal lord remained silent for the rest of the journey. Yang Kai was more than happy with his situation. From the other party's attitude, it was clear that he didn't doubt Yang Kai. Now, half of his plan had succeeded. The remaining half would depend on whether he could successfully capture the black ink nest. A moment later, the black ink clan team arrived before the black ink nest. The feudal lord turned around and exhorted Yang Kai, wait here, the supplies are with Malbo. I'll go and bring them to you. Many thanks, sir. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Malbo seemed to be the name of the feudal lord in charge of this black ink nest, the master of this place. The leader of the black ink clan team who brought him here was most likely a subordinate of Malbo. After spending some time with the black ink clan, Yang Kai had some understanding of how their hierarchy worked. There were quite a lot of feudal lords under a territory lord's command, ranging from several dozen to 100 or so, but at most 30 feudal lords would have their own black ink nest. Most of the feudal lords did not have their own black ink nest. Under normal circumstances, these feudal lords who didn't have a black ink nest would choose to submit to those who had a black ink nest, which could be regarded as a superior and subordinate relationship, but also a cooperative one. After all, the feudal lords with black ink nest also wanted their territories to become stronger. This way, when they were summoned to fight against the human race, not only would they be able to display greater strength, but they would also be able to protect themselves better. The master of the first black ink nest occupied by Dawn was called Bo-Gao, but there was another feudal lord at the black ink nest who was devoured by Bloodcrow. The situation was very similar to the black ink nest here. Yang Kai scanned the entire black ink nest with his divine sense and found that there were only two feudal lords here. One was the one who had brought him back just now, while the other was the one who was in charge of the black ink nest called Mao Bo. As for the others, they were all high-rank and low-rank black ink clansmen. There were not too many of them either, about 50 in total. This will work. It would be even better if Mao Bo came out of the black ink nest. While he was pondering, the black ink clan feudal lord returned and handed Yang Kai a space ring. These are the supplies. Yang Kai took it and pretended to examine it before putting it away. Presumably, the black ink clan wouldn't dare to embezzle when it came to this matter. Cupping his fist, Yang Kai addressed the feudal lord, "Many thanks. I'll head to the next location." The feudal lord nodded in response. Yang Kai turned around to leave, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around, slapping his head. "How foolish of me. I forgot to tell you one thing." The feudal lord asked, "What is it?" Yang Kai sheepishly looked around before continuing in a low voice. "Sir, territory lords have found how the old ancestor is appearing and disappearing out of thin air. Before coming here, Sir Che Kong ordered me to inform the feudal lords about it, so that everyone in the outer ring can carry out a joint investigation to find anything suspicious." Hearing this, the feudal lords' eyes lit up after hearing this. The territory lords have already found the reason? Over the years, the Black Ink clan had suffered many losses at the hands of the old ancestor, but even now, they still had not figured out how she was able to come and go like a ghost. This was not only a thorn in royal lord and territory lords' hearts, but also a source of extreme fear for the outer ring feudal lords. If they could at least figure this out, they would be much less afraid of the humans. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.